avec la deuxième présentation et je vais être ici avec Monsieur Franck Chambaud, qui n'est pas encore là lui aussi. Bon, peut-être qu'ils sont encore à la recherche de la salle. Je vais commencer peut-être tout d'abord par... OK. Do you have a presentation? Do you have a slide? OK, OK. Donc, nous allons commencer tout d'abord par remercier peut-être le comité d'organisation de cette biennale. C'est vrai qu'il y a quelques impairs, mais quand même, nous allons essayer de rattraper le temps perdu. Et particulièrement le comité scientifique qui nous a vraiment choisi pour modérer cette cette séance plénière. Et je suis le docteur Diao Papa Alassane. Je suis pharmacien, biologiste et directeur technique également de l'IRSF, l'Institut de recherche en santé, de surveillance épidémiologique et de formation. Et je devais être ici avec mon collègue Franck Chambaud, qui n'est pas encore là. Et nous avons deux thèmes d'1 heure de temps. Nous allons commencer par le deuxième thème, qui sera présenté par M. Mathieu Chang, sur comment accélérer l'innovation agricole dans le concept de l'industrialisation. Je pense que c'est un thème d'actualité et sans plus tarder, comme on a eu beaucoup de retard, je vais laisser la parole à M. Mathieu Chang. You have the floor. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, good morning. Do we also have a clicker? Were we ready for presentations? I'm going to do dad jokes in English until this tech issue works itself out. So we need a clicker, I guess, for everybody, and we also need Doug, should we start with granddad jokes? Okay. Well, I was driving down the road without my seatbelt on. The police officer pulled me over. And he said, as he was approaching the car, I quickly put my seatbelt on slyly. And he walked up and said, it's funny, when you drove by, I didn't think you had your seatbelt on. Were you wearing your seatbelt? And I said, yes, sir. Yes, officer. He said, do you always buckle it through the steering wheel? Thank you. There we are. Super. That looks great. Doug, this is the one picture you got to get. This is like the one, like on point branding. Just stay zoomed out, you know. Okay, we can get started. So as part of the agricultural innovation track, I'm going to be talking about technology in agriculture. This is technology that what we're going to talk about today is somewhat of a global venture. We've been working in collaboration with the country of India. We have a collaborator that is from Senegal, and then also Australia. And the epicenter of where our technology comes together is in Maricopa, Arizona, which is Phoenix area. So it's very global. A lot of areas dealing with food security and also water scarcity. So I'll jump into that, but I wanted to baseline it that this is not something that's purely pie in the sky American technology, and it's also not purely developed country. So before I get started, I'll introduce myself. My name is Matthew Chang. I'm the principal engineer of a very creatively named engineering company, Chang Industrial. I'm a civil engineer from Georgia Tech by trade. And so what I always tell people is if you want something named or if you want them to pick a color, don't choose an engineer. We'll give it a boring name and we'll make it gray. And so that's what you see with the company here. But what we've found ourselves at the nexus of is technology engineering. And our primary focus is actually in autonomous robotics. But as we do autonomous robotics, it brings us into a lot of adjacent industries. Vertical farming is one of them. Next slide. So I guess I was supposed to do that. You can see just a little bit about what our company does. We're an engineering firm that really ends up in the advisory space very heavily, and we end up doing a lot of strategy work. And so with the advisory and the strategy, we have to anticipate what comes next. We also are responsible for the capital costs of deployment, and we have to find systems that meet technology needs, but at the affordable price point for technology, so that the final cost of goods sold into the marketplace is at the right place. Next. Okay, so as we talk about agri-tech, we're going to focus on two primary benefits. In light of the BRII conference, there's actually probably three benefits. But the first two is, number one, we like the technology because when it works, it feeds people. So I think in Africa, that's a very good topic to focus on is feeding people and nutrition. Also, it's nice to be able to feed people and go ahead and achieve organic certification and have that baked into the cost of goods sold. The second thing we like about agri-tech is that it's workforce enabling. So when you look at an economy like Senegal that is developing, West Africa that is developing, and you're looking to build STEM competency in your workforce, it's a chicken or the egg issue is who can go first? Do we buy the technology to train the people, or do we train the people and then buy the technology? So that's kind of the issue is which one goes first. With agri-tech, it's our belief that both can go at the same time, that you invest in technology and workforce is trained on the technology, and the tangential benefit is that you are feeding people at the same time. And then also with BRII and with Doust here in Dakar, I think the third benefit is that it pairs well with research, is that this offers a hands-on application for academia to get involved with technology and feeding people and solving real societal problems. Next. Okay, so this is just a image of what it looks like to load crops into a vertical farming unit. Here you can see a very tall crop. This could be tomato or something else. We've actually done a variety of models, every type of green leafy you can imagine, and as well as supplement products such as CBD and hemp. And so this is highly variable. The customization of the tooling and the racking is up to the creativity of the engineering team. And that's something I believe could be supported locally here by Doust and the other academic institutions. Next. So here's what a layout looks like. These are modularized. You can see effectively what is 8 sea containers. So it's the form factor of a sea container. The reason we like that is it's highly transportable. Sea containers are already transported around the world. These are actually not made out of steel. They're actually made out of fiberglass for cleanliness issues. But we like the form factor because it's highly modular and it can be arranged. And what you see here is a 5+1 arrangement. There are 5 grow houses coupled with 1 utility room. The utility room has the small round tanks in it, and that runs the hydroponic systems and the mechanical systems. You see a packaging hall and an office. Next. I'm sorry. Well, we can do that here. So it's in the footprint of a sea container. I'm sorry, I'm going to do this in imperial units, not in metric, because sea containers are sized in imperial, but it's 8 feet wide, by 40 feet long is every module that you see up there. So what you see on screen is roughly a 60 by 80 feet, very small footprint. This can fit on an urban lot, basically anywhere in any urban setting. Or if you have an existing agricultural field, it can fit in the corner of the field. It takes up very little space. In North America, what we do is we actually look for parking lots. So we'll go to the parking lot of a distribution center that is already parking a bunch of tractor trailers or sea containers, and we'll just look to take over one corner because the layout is so compact. Okay, so into the metrics of production, then one farm over 19 days can produce 7,000 heads of lettuce or green leafy. And what that does is it provides a very high density of crop production at a very fast turnaround. The typical crop production for green leafy is going to be roughly 35 to 40 days. So you can see we've compressed that into about half. And the reason we can do that is our growable light window during the day is 16 hours. So plants can grow for up to, this is an average, every plant's a little different, but plants can grow for an average of 16 hours a day and then need 8 hours of rest. Even here in Dakar, where we have wonderful sunlight, we're not getting 16 hours of usable sunlight. Like right now, the crops are not quite growing yet. We're gonna have to wait till the sun gets up a little bit higher to start generating enough energy into the plant. So the other thing is, in a place like Dakar, my understanding is it rains 3 months a year here. So for society to be focused on green leafy, it's gonna be very easy for 3 to 4 months out of the year when the ground is nice and wet. And then it's gonna become somewhat of an irrigation or water management issue for the rest of the year. This takes that completely out of the picture, is you now have a stable indoor environment, accelerated grow periods. And then at this point, there becomes a lot of tinkering. And that's what we look also for the agronomists and the partners in academia to focus on, is how can, for the varietals of crops that are grown here in Senegal and that the people here are accustomed to eating, how can we fine tune those recipes of light? Because it's a high precision LED light controller, we can tune the spectrum of white wavelength. In a future slide, you're gonna see the color of the light. It's actually like a hot pink and we're very specific. This is not like a grow house that some people from America and Canada might remember from the 90s. This is completely modern. We're giving the plant exactly the frequency of white spectrum light that it wants to see. And so it actually ends up looking hot pink. That means we're presenting the plant with about 8% of the total visible light spectrum. So if you were to burn a halogen bulb, you'd be burning 92, 93% more energy to present the same amount of light to the plant. Okay, next. Okay, let's get on to the job creation. So the pod must be operated by farmers. So what we're doing is we're taking the existing farmers, which Dakar has many, West Africa has many, and we're upskilling those farmers to learn how to manage a schedule with this accelerated grow period. They're also gonna work in an indoor environment, and they're going to manage things like tooling, planting, and harvesting on a much more frequent basis. Yesterday, we heard one of the speakers say that as much as 60% of the field crop here can be wasted due to conditions, transportation, et cetera. And so this is a big opportunity to not only accelerate the speed of growing, to grow more produce faster, but then also to reduce that wastage yield. And in a controlled environment, the wastage should go very, very low, below 10%. Also, there's going to be a lot of technology. So we talked about the average farmer, the average worker. They may not necessarily have electricity in their house. They certainly most likely don't have air conditioning in their house. They're suddenly going to learn how to work, manage, and maintain a lot of advanced systems around circulating the nutrients through a hydroponic system, the environment control through HVAC, and then the lighting controllers, which are in themselves that's basically the breakthrough. Why you haven't heard about this 10 years ago is LED lighting controllers have just reached an efficiency and a precision at a cost that makes this affordable. And then, of course, you see we've layered on a couple academic institutes here. But the idea is to form a true alliance. If you're going to have a workforce initiative, you should also have a research and educational initiative to go with it. Next. And then this is addressing the question of waste. So these are North American statistics, forgive me, but from what I've heard at this conference so far, they're even more profound in Africa, where there's not a cold storage supply chain that exists. In North America, we have mega farming, mega supply chain, and then mega markets, I guess you could say. But in that, we have a high efficiency of cold storage supply chain, which doesn't exist here. As I drove the toll road into Dakar, I saw that a lot of the produce is still being moved by horse and buggy. And so there's a lot of horses that are alongside the road. They're waiting for the farmer to get their produce or their goods to hook it up to the cart and transport it. So I think the statistics are probably very similar here, or possibly even worse. And what you see is that with the field loss, pre-processing, transport, storage, eventually packaging, and then consumer waste, we're wasting over half of our food. And so what we have to do is, number one, look for losses in efficiency that we can engineer out of the system. Transportation is usually one of the nemesis of flavor, freshness, and yield. And so what we want to do is get the food closer to the consumer, fresher food, more frequently produced, closer to the consumer. Next. And then another thing that what you've tried to do in this project is reduce the capital cost up front. So it's absolutely the lowest cost of goods sold, the lowest cost of produce to market. And that means, as an engineer, we don't get to put all of the automation and features into the first generation. We have to leave some of those out, and there's a couple reasons. Number one, the more features you put in, the higher the cost, the more capital required. And number two, the complexity of the system goes up, and you have to have workforce and technical support to manage that. So what we've tried to do here is be thoughtful and leave some future options that are really pretty exciting. So the first is the microgrid. Anybody that's been traveling with me this week, we've been chit-chatting about microgrid. And I think now is a very good time in West Africa to talk about microgrid. Some of my colleagues and I were looking at the cost of batteries. And the cost of batteries are just on this beautiful trend. They're starting to bottom out on a 10-year journey, which means now is a great time to be able to afford local battery storage. The same has already happened with solar. So being able to couple solar, which I have to imagine would be highly efficient here, with some battery storage gives you a great option to have reliable local power at an affordable cost. The next is mobile robotics. As I assess kind of what's going on here, that may be the farthest out. The last thing we want to do is put in robots to take away people's, to remove labor. I think at this point, we want to put labor into the system in West Africa. So you can hold that out, but there will be a time when the system could operate autonomously much more efficiently. So it's good to know that that it was designed to add that feature later. The next is packaging automation. We have a tendency in the West to buy produce wrapped in plastic. That's kind of common. And in some markets, like I saw the open air markets here, that would be a crazy concept. But as consumer expectations, labeling expectations, and packaging expectations increase, eventually packaging automation will come into the scene. And that's a very welcome technology, I think, here for the higher ed consumer in West Africa. Next is data. And this is possibly one of the biggest. I learned a lot about satellite imagery, satellite sensing being used to analyze crops. And there was 3 presenters yesterday that were using aerial data to assess how to maximize yield, productivity, and planting here in Senegal and West Africa. Well, the key to that is data. And actually, the biggest limitation to solving more problems with agriculture using imagery and sensing, we heard, was access to data. Why? The data is very expensive. To buy satellite data from companies that have satellites, it's very expensive. So it's unlikely that Africa will have real-time models with up-to-date data unless they produce it themselves. And so that's what the data exchange integration is about. is if you're creating smart farms and every device in there is a smart device that's capable of creating a sensor output, then if we're thoughtful, we'll start to build up a repository of information at a central clearinghouse, which could be doused. And then that will be the information we need to improve the system and improve the decisions going forward. And then finally, water reclamation and reuse. I have to imagine that either currently or in the future, water scarcity is going to be a problem here. I understand the monsoon lasts about 3 months a year. And what happens if that gets disrupted? You know, I think this year we're in an El Nino year, and we're already starting to hear of some disruptions around the world. Dubai, for example, was flooded, and that probably means somebody else wasn't getting their share of rain. So water reclamation and reuse would be an excellent project here to put in systems that stretch the water even further. Next. So that you can understand also the phased capital deployment, what we have here is the first model I showed you is a single layer. You can then stack on top of that another layer, and then you can stack on top of that another layer, and you can add some classroom space and training space and pack out space. So the way this is set up is that with the first basic footprint, you can continue to stack vertically, and you can achieve even more crop output in the same land footprint. Next. So what do we need? We need technology. You know, I'm presenting that here today. We need access to capital. The man that was sitting in this chair yesterday, I didn't get to speak to him, but I feel like he was trying to tell me that he was going to get you guys access to capital. That seemed to be the theme. And then finally, we need a research institute to quarterback all this. And it appears very obviously that we have that now. So I'm almost willing to put the rest of those checks. I see Dr. Wei and City sitting over there. I'll let you guys assess if you're ready to say that you can generate access to capital and have the appropriate research to support this type of technology project. But it's not a lot that you need. You're basically already there. Next. The other thing about this project is its rapid deployment. So projects that take forever, you know, I have to imagine you've been waiting on that train to come out here for a while. Projects that take forever are sexy, but the people get impatient. These projects can be deployed in less than 12 months. Next. Okay, so we're going to start off with a quiz. Would anybody from the audience like to guess what the formula on screen is? Here's your clue. It's comparing vertical indoor farming to field crop agriculture. Just yell it out. I see these two guys are, what? What did you say? Water? That's 100% right. Hit next. That's right. To grow, and this is California data, but again, I got to imagine the grow season in California is similar environmental conditions to Senegal. To grow 1 head of iceberg lettuce in California takes 28 gallons. That is reduced to 2 gallons with indoor farming. And so it's a 93% reduction in water consumption for the same produce to use this system. Good job, Amadou. Next. All right, 1-to-1. This critical element is the same in indoor agriculture as field production. Somebody say labor? I think this is a lot more efficient on labor because of the proximity. There's no movement, you know, from head to head, and there's no bending over. It's all at ergonomic working height. So we hope that we're probably orders of magnitude more efficient on labor. Anyone else? All right, next. So it's energy. Net energy consumption using high efficiency LED lighting and high efficiency hydroponic systems is the same for vertical farming compared to field farming. We're not burning diesel. We're not doing as much transport. And so by the time you factor in the net usage of energy, it's roughly a 1-to-1. All right, next slide. And then here's kind of like a big idea to leave you with is if there were to be a cooperative, and I think cooperative farming is a very common thing here. If there was to be a cooperative of small indoor organic farm operators, which you see on the left, and there was also to be some centralized investment in microgrid, which you see in the middle, some solar and some battery storage, then you could create, you don't need new electricity. You have all the electricity that you need managed through a local central microgrid. And what that, I think that also unlocks is mechanized farming. And so what I have shown over there are the small electric tractors. Right now, an electric tractor would be completely infeasible because there's nowhere to plug it in. But if suddenly I have a power supply near my agricultural resources, I can start to introduce small tractors. We don't necessarily have to have enormous John Deere combines. These are the small Monarch tractors that are gaining a lot of traction. I believe they're currently being used in Argentina, California, and Italy. And they're showing just how a small nimble tractor actually has a place in agriculture. And then finally, you can see all like the intelligence that's kind of swirling in around the farm there. That's what flows up to an organization like Doust, is how do we get in the business of designing the data that we're going to capture, capturing that data, and then using it to make better decisions. Next. And that's a wrap. So anybody have questions? Yes, Mina?
Sorry, just before the question. Yeah. Just to summarize a little bit, because people was not there, and after that we are going to the questions. And I think thank you very much, Matteo, for your excellent presentation, and focus on solution-driven, technology-focused, innovation up. And the first slide talk about agri-tech benefits, and we are talking about the technology feed people, and we should have 100% organic, enhanced and technology for the forces. He talked about agri-tech also allows for experimentation, and also technical and environmental benefits of agriculture, and also lowest cost for technology, and based also on production and also on. And he talked also about job creation and education opportunity. Pot farm must be staffed by farmers, and also for farmers will be trained on several aspects also. And we have also the list of aspects that farmers should be trained also. And he talked about decrease in waste. And most of the time, fresh produce is extremely susceptible of to waste. And he talked about 50% plus is wasted. Matteo also talked about the future option. And for that, we have the solar power. solar power, plus also battery storage, mobile robotic, and also packaging automation, data exchange integration, and also water reclamation and reuse. And also we talk about the development and phasing. And for that, we have 3 levels. And he talked about project also checklists, but on technology, capital, and research. And he finished by some quiz, very instructive. And also he talked about future collaboration between Chang Industrial and also DAOS. I think it will be a very good thing. Je m'en vais peut-être parler un tout petit peu de résumé. On ne peut pas revenir dans le détail de tout ce qu'il a dit, mais peut-être surtout sur, parce que son sujet, c'était vraiment l'accélération de l'innovation agricole. Et pour ce faire, donc, peut-être qu'il peut être réalisé en adoptant plusieurs stratégies, notamment investir peut-être dans la recherche et le développement, hein, afin de développer les nouvelles technologies pratiques, et également avoir une variété des cultures et investir surtout dans la recherche, les universités, mais également le partenariat public-privé. Ça, c'est vraiment à notre niveau que nous avons vraiment rajouté ces aspects-là par rapport à l'accélération de l'innovation agricole. Mais ce qu'il faut surtout, c'est encourager le partenariat et la collaboration entre agriculteurs et chercheurs, mais surtout aussi entre entreprises et gouvernements. Je pense que ça peut contribuer vraiment à l'accélération de l'innovation agricole, qui est le thème vraiment de ce truc. Mais aussi promouvoir l'entrepreneuriat agricole, c'est-à-dire surtout encourager les jeunes entrepreneurs à s'engager vraiment dans l'agriculture et pour développer des solutions vraiment innovantes. Il y a également la subvention. Effectivement, il faut des financements, mais une formation, surtout pour les jeunes entrepreneurs agricoles, et adopter surtout les technologies numériques, comme il l'a montré, l'Internet des objets, l'intelligence artificielle, mais également les systèmes de gestion de données, et faciliter l'accès surtout au financement. Donc ça, c'était vraiment pour un peu camper le débat sur l'accélération de l'innovation agricole, en plus de tout ce qu'il a présenté ici. Donc vraiment, nous le remercions et nous laissons la parole au public pour les questions. Je pense qu'il y a déjà une première question avec Madame. In English, you have the floor now for your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, Matt, again, thank you for your talk. It was very interesting. And my question was, when you see in the States, or at least the rest of the world, when you're overusing the land, to grow your crops and things like that, the land gets depleted. So basically the farmers have to come back and, put nutrients in the land so they can keep growing. So is there something, is a hindrance in your innovation? Is there something that actually we need to be aware of as the years go by of usage? For example, the water, like the water that you're using for your hydroponics, is it something that you need to take care of, you need to tend to, or is basically worry-free in that aspect?
Thank you. So I think the question is primarily around risk and then comparing that to the baseline of field crop, which requires rotation. So I think there's naturally going to be some rotation in an indoor organic farm. Each grow pod, each separate chamber is a separate growing season. And it's unlikely that you're going to plant multiple pods on the same day. For labor optimization and then also the efficiency of products coming out on harvest, you're going to stagger the plantings probably every day or every other day. For a 3-story system, we have it designed to plant 6 days a week. So every day of the week there's a planting, which means those plantings could be different crops. You could have different flavors and varietals because you may not want to produce all of one type of green leafy or one type of vegetable. The other aspect is around risk. There is definitely contamination risk. There's a risk that you could open the sealed pod after 19 days, and then you could discover that there was a blight or some sort of contamination that renders the crop, useless. And so that with this design, that's isolated to one pod, and every pod is designed to be sanitized in between plantings. So I think we've taken a risk minimal approach. It will never go to zero because it's natural, plants. But we've tried to minimize that. And then what we've also been really conscious of is the fertilizer inputs. That's a major complaint with large agriculture right now. It's just the huge amount of nitrogen and other fertilizers that are required into the soil to make it work. And so what we've tried to be conscious of here is how much nitrogen can be generated from the atmosphere and then populated into the hydroponic water so that the root structures can absorb nitrogen that was produced from air instead of a petrol-based nitrogen.
Merci beaucoup,
Merci.
Monsieur le modérateur. First of all, my name is Ousmane Khan from the National Academy of Science and Techniques of Senegal. And as part of the organizers, I would like to thank all those who have come from other countries to share with us their time, their skills, and their knowledge. So thank you so much for coming. Now coming back to the excellent presentation of our, I can say, brother Chang. I think, first of all, when you look at the topic, at the subject, talking about accelerating agriculture innovation, one has to realize first that innovation is a continuum, is a process which involves several stakeholders, right from the researchers who generate the technology package till the market. And there are so many stakeholders who have their very good importance. And I was expecting that you will elaborate a bit on those stakeholders to see how this continuum could be realized successfully. The second thing is that you are right to raise the issue of what's the disease decrease, because here in Africa we have high temperature, high humidity, and post-harvest food losses are very, very important. And that's very important to say that we have to find a way, because food availability is not only production, it's also reducing the losses. And I think that's very, very important. Now, just for future options, you have raised some possibilities, but I would like to know your opinion about other alternatives like hydroponics, like aeroponics, because now, although Africa has a lot of land to be available for agriculture, but around our cities, our suburbs, we have now, very high limitation of the availability of soil. So hydroponics, aeroponics also could be also some future alternative to consider. So I would like to have your opinion on that. Thank you.
Okay, merci.
Yeah, thank you. So I think you're correct. Innovation is a continuum. The reason I presented the concept the way I did today was we would call it crawl, walk, run, an American colloquialism, but it's starting slow with a keystone project and then growing into future complexity as you build your stakeholder alignment and you build your competency. And that's why I think in the model here, it's very essential that university, the private sector workforce, the farmers and the operations workers, and then also the technology providers have to work together. So it has to be one thing together. But one thing that's very obvious sitting where we are, there's a brand new industrial park going up behind us with lots of new factories. And that's going to mark a innovation continuum change in the workforce here in Greater Dakar. So as more workers show up to factories to work in manufacturing every day, that's going to put more pressure on agriculture to be more efficient. And where all the land around us was probably agricultural land to support the Dakar Metro, now you have this large development. You have a brand new airport, you have an industrial park, you have a commerce park, a university park. So I do think that the current paradigm in Africa around saying there's enough agricultural land, I think that's going to start to shift. Two reasons. The land that's ready for agriculture will not be as close to the cities because that land is being used for another purpose. And a lot of the workforce are going to get out of working in the sun and go into working in the factory, possibly for higher wages. So you're going to have to do more with less in terms of land and workforce in agriculture. And that's a shift that we've seen in North America, going from, I think, the gentleman in front of you knows the statistics, but I think it used to be 70% of people worked on a farm. And now we have less than 10% of people work in a farm. And so that pendulum has probably started to swing here in Senegal. And I think an innovation approach is all of the above. It's be mindful of all the initiatives the country wants to achieve and start to do them at the same time so that we don't get imbalanced. And so it's clear there's investment in infrastructure and manufacturing. So now is probably a good time to invest in technology in agriculture. Did that answer your question? Okay, thank you.
C'est bon. Je pense que on va prendre une dernière question parce que là, on n'a pas beaucoup de temps. Madame? Voilà.
Merci. Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis Dr Saleh Dieynaba de l'Institut sénégalais de recherche agricole. Je travaille dans la protection des cultures. Alors, merci pour la présentation. Donc, je vais m'exprimer en français parce que l'anglais, c'est pas tellement ça. Et je vu que dans sa présentation, il nous montre un peu comment, en termes d'innovation, on peut accélérer l'agriculture. Nous travaillons dans une des unités sur la culture in vitro. Nous faisons de la production de semences de pommes de terre et nous utilisons le système aéro-hydroponique depuis 2-3 ans. Et j'ai vu que dans sa présentation, il parle de réduction des ravageurs et maladies, donc un certain pourcentage de réduction des ravageurs et maladies, et que nous avons constaté que en tout cas, l'aéro-hydroponique que nous avons faite, on n'a pas de réduction de ravageurs et maladies, et c'est pour ça que je souhaiterais en savoir davantage sur ce qu'il nous a présenté, et qu'il considère que sa technologie pourrait réduire la pression de ravageurs et maladies. Merci.
She's talking about. Okay, she's talking about how to proceed to decrease some pathogen. Hein?
How to reduce pests and disease with your technology. I want to know more about that.
Okay. Pests
and disease.
Yeah.
Okay, super. Well, that's what the environmental control of having sealed containers. So the question is pests and disease. Being able to sanitize a container before planting guarantees a certain amount of environmental control. And then having active systems such as the HVAC and the nutrient delivery systems guarantee a certain level of control. Additionally, I think this is a good opportunity for sensing. There should be some excellent experimentation with installing sensors to monitor real-time pests and other vectors of contaminating crops. So to me, that's the opportunity. As I mentioned to the previous question, it never goes to zero. There will still be some risk, but you can get to a point where you're controlling it and then you're improving processes. If you look at other large-scale agriculture industries such as egg farming and chicken processing, a lot of best practices have been handed down, and those have had to be taught around the world to prevent wide-scale contamination. And so a lot of it goes into training and procedure as well. And so I think that's a big part, but that's why it has to be in a research and innovation initiative with a workforce initiative.
C'est bon, on a vraiment boucler le temps prévu par rapport à ce thème. Est-ce que le professeur Yerim Banik est là? Il n'est pas là, donc parce qu'il devait nous en tenir sur le thème des enjeux du développement de l'industrie pharmaceutique en Afrique. C'est vraiment un thème d'actualité qu'on aimerait quand même, sur lequel on aimerait vraiment discuter ici. Voilà, donc vraiment, on applaudit Mathieu, M. Chang, par rapport à sa présentation. Thank you, Chang. Thank you. Merci. Franck Thiambo, il est là? Lui aussi, il n'est pas là. En tout cas, c'est un thème qui nous intéresse à plus d'un titre, notamment les enjeux du développement de l'industrie pharmaceutique. Je peux peut-être introduire un tout petit peu pour qu'on puisse peut-être en discuter. En tant que pharmacien, on prend 10-15 minutes pour discuter un tout petit peu de ce thème. C'est les enjeux vraiment du développement de l'industrie pharmaceutique en Afrique. Je pense que c'est même un grand projet au niveau de la CEDEAO sur comment vraiment booster le développement de l'industrie pharmaceutique locale. Mais cela rencontre un grand nombre de défis. Et les enjeux majeurs, c'est d'abord l'accès aux médicaments. L'un des principaux défis est de garantir un accès abordable, équitable et également aux médicaments pour les populations, surtout africaines, hein, et le coût élevé des médicaments importés. Oui, ça c'est vraiment un enjeu de taille parce que ça rend difficile l'accès aux traitements vitaux. Parce que si tous les médicaments que nous utilisons, les médicaments essentiels sont importés, là ça pose également un problème vraiment d'accessibilité par rapport à la population. L'autre aspect, c'est la souveraineté, l'autonomie et la souveraineté. Et pour cela, le développement de l'industrie pharmaceutique en Afrique permettrait quand même de réduire la dépendance par rapport aux importations. Parce qu'à l'heure actuelle, presque au niveau de l'Afrique, on dépend beaucoup plus de l'étranger que de nous-mêmes. Et ça, de réduire la dépendance également aux importations des médicaments, en produisant localement le plus grand nombre de médicaments, de variétés qu'on peut utiliser par rapport au traitement de nos patients. Et cela renforcerait vraiment l'autonomie et la souveraineté des pays africains par rapport en matière surtout de santé. Donc ça, c'était le deuxième enjeu, c'est-à-dire l'autonomie et la souveraineté. Et si on prolonge un peu la réflexion, c'est surtout par rapport aux recherches. Donc, la recherche et le développement. Là, il est essentiel, vraiment, pour stimuler également la recherche et le développement pharmaceutique en Afrique. Parce que ceci permettrait de répondre aux besoins de santé spécifiques du continent, tels que surtout les maladies tropicales. On fait face à des maladies tropicales, les négligées. Et cette recherche, mais également ce développement de l'industrie locale, contribuerait à l'innovation médicale, parce qu'on pourra prendre nos propres initiatives et faire fabriquer des médicaments qui seront adaptés aux pathogènes que nous voyons ici, mais aussi qui seront accessibles par rapport à la population locale. Il y a également les infrastructures, la réglementation. Hein. Ça permettrait quand même le renforcement de l'infrastructure pharmaceutique, mais également la réglementation. C'est vraiment crucial également pour garantir la qualité et l'efficacité surtout des médicaments produits localement. Parce que là, il nous faut des laboratoires de contrôle. Il faut une certaine réglementation pour faciliter la fabrication, mais également l'utilisation de ces médicaments en Afrique. Donc, fabriquer la collaboration, les échanges entre pays par rapport à ces médicaments. Et ceci inclut, par exemple, la mise en place de bonnes pratiques de fabrication dans les normes et également de contrôle de qualité, mais également une réglementation efficace. Donc, surtout insister sur la réglementation, la formation, Ouais, et également, surtout pour renforcer les compétences au niveau local, mais aussi surtout le contrôle au niveau local. Il y a également le transfert de technologie. Donc ça, c'est le partenariat vraiment entre pays africains, mais également partenariat au niveau international. Parce que là, ça nous permettrait quand même de bénéficier de pas mal de compétences qui nous permettront quand même de pouvoir produire des médicaments localement. Hein. Ceci peut faciliter également le développement de la capacité locale et améliorer les compétences techniques dans ce secteur-là. Et ces enjeux vraiment nécessitent surtout une coordination efficace entre les gouvernements, notamment les organisations régionales, les entreprises, les partenaires internationaux, afin de promouvoir vraiment un développement durable de l'industrie pharmaceutique en Afrique. Et je pense qu'au niveau même de la CEDEAO, c'est vraiment l'un des projets phares. Vraiment, c'est le développement de l'industrie pharmaceutique locale. Et c'est vraiment les défis que nous devons relever, c'est surtout la réglementation, le défi de la réglementation. Parce que chaque pays est régi par des réglementations qui empêchent un tout petit peu non seulement la production, mais également les échanges entre les pays. Et aussi la formation au niveau des établissements de santé, la formation du personnel également, et surtout, c'est favoriser les échanges entre les pays. Et cette collaboration-là permettrait quand même d'avoir des industries pharmaceutiques fortes en Afrique, qui nous permettraient d'être autonomes, de pouvoir fabriquer nos propres produits, adaptés à notre contexte et qui peuvent être également bon marché. Mais sans l'aide extérieure, on ne peut rien faire parce qu'il nous faut quand même une collaboration, un renforcement de capacité, des infrastructures adaptées, mais également des labos de contrôle performants qui permettent de garantir les produits mis en place, la production locale, et les produits finis pourront être contrôlés, certifiés, validés à notre niveau, et même on peut arriver à vendre au niveau même international en dehors de l'Afrique. Mais la priorité, c'est surtout l'industrie pharmaceutique locale au niveau africain. Et surtout au niveau de la CEDEAO, au niveau de notre région, vraiment, on n'a pas vraiment d'industrie pharmaceutique, des industries pharmaceutiques fortes. Et il nous faut quand même booster ça, stimuler un peu au niveau des gouvernants, mais également au niveau des pharmaciens, hein, pour qu'on puisse avoir vraiment ces industries-là développées en Afrique. Voilà ce que je voulais juste rajouter. Comme le présentateur n'était pas là, il fallait peut-être parler un tout petit peu de ces aspects-là qui ne sont pas du tout de mon domaine réel. Je suis pharmacien, mais je suis biologiste. Mais quand même, j'ai essayé de... c'est un problème commun que nous partageons tous. Donc, chacun a son idée par rapport à ce développement de l'industrie pharmaceutique locale. Voilà un peu ce que je voulais rajouter. S'il y a quelqu'un qui veut rajouter quelque chose, une ou deux personnes, et puis on arrête. Voilà. Voilà.
Bonjour, merci.
Merci.
Moi, je m'appelle Amadou Ndiaye. Je suis vétérinaire de formation, donc un peu proche des pharmaciens. Mais je suis professeur des universités en sociologie de l'innovation. Donc, les deux thématiques me semblent être très intéressantes. Et je voudrais, par rapport aux enjeux que vous avez énumérés, ajouter, je pense, un enjeu important. C'est l'enjeu des utilisateurs. Qui va utiliser les médicaments en Afrique et comment les gens utilisent ces médicaments. Et c'est là où je trouve, j'allais dire, une relation entre les deux communications. Si on est dans notre approche de techniciens, de scientifiques, les choses sont souvent très claires sur le transfert de technologies, sur les innovations technologiques. Mais donc, on peut même aller vers l'industrialisation. Mais quand on dit industrialisation, on dit forcément production de masse. On va produire énormément. Mais si on regarde aujourd'hui au plan, j'allais dire, sociologique, comment nos médicaments qui existent déjà sont utilisés, des médicaments modernes, comment ça se passe de main en main au niveau d'une famille même, hein, quand tu es malade, ta maman t'amène un médicament, même quand tu es docteur, il te dit non, Bill, j'avais pris ce médicament-là, il faut le prendre. Même quel puisse être ton niveau d'éducation. Mais il faut savoir que ta maman raisonne, la maman raisonne avec une autre rationalité que la rationalité pour laquelle le médicament est fabriqué. Et ça, c'est un enjeu majeur pour toute forme de production de masse. Comment on va produire des médicaments en masse et comment construire un marché et comment construire les cibles. Je pense que ça, c'est un enjeu. Si on peut industrialiser comme on veut, mais après, le problème d'utilisation, surtout qu'on sait qu'il y aura un problème de santé, un problème, j'allais dire, de résistance aux antibiotiques qui va se poser, etc., etc. C'est la même chose pour la première communication. On veut industrialiser en agriculture. Qui va industrialiser? Pour quel type d'agriculteur? Nos producteurs, il y a énormément de technologies agricoles qui sont là présentes. Mais les chercheurs en agriculture peuvent très bien trouver beaucoup de technologies. Mais le grand problème, c'est que pour l'utilisation de cette technologie, le producteur agricole s'approprie seulement du résultat sans pour autant connaître la rationalité qui est derrière. Et il s'approprie dans sa propre rationalité et l'utilise dans sa rationalité. Donc, cette utilisation dans sa rationalité fait que l'optimisation de cette technologie dans l'activité de production agricole ou de transformation des produits agricoles pose énormément de problèmes. Si on ne tacle pas d'emblée ces enjeux aussi d'ordre sociologique, d'ordre anthropologique aussi, si on ne les tacle pas, on ne les met pas devant d'elles d'emblée, on risque, c'est vrai, d'avoir une satisfaction intellectuelle et technologique, parce que nous sommes dans ce domaine, mais les effets et les impacts dans la société, on risque de les oublier. Voilà un peu une contribution que je voulais apporter. Je vous remercie.
Vous avez parfaitement raison par rapport à cet enjeu-là, parce que souvent, quand on fait face à une production de masse, le problème, c'est comment utiliser après. Qui utilise ces médicaments? Et déjà, avec l'importation, c'est pour ça que j'ai parlé de la réglementation, qu'il faut bien définir, mais surtout encadrer cette production de masse. C'est vrai qu'on a beaucoup parlé de l'industrialisation, mais l'industrialisation débouche souvent à une production importante et ces produits mal utilisés vont se répercuter sur notre propre santé. Donc, il faut quand même une réglementation bien définie, encadrer cette production et essayer de voir un peu par rapport à ce qui se passe ailleurs. C'est pour ça que je parlais un tout petit peu d'échange entre les pays africains et les pays européens ou américains qui ont déjà cette production de masse qu'ils contrôlent efficacement. Donc, nous aussi, on peut arriver à ce niveau-là de contrôle avec une production importante, efficiente, mais également bien calculée et bien encadrée. Et je pense que ça, on l'a déjà parlé. Et vous avez bien fait de rajouter cet enjeu-là, effectivement. C'est un enjeu de taille, la production. On prend une dernière question. Ouais, on est vraiment... Ouais, c'est la dernière question. Comme c'est une présentation qu'on n'a pas pu effectuer, donc...
Oui, mais merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Je pense que vous avez parfaitement raison de camper toutes les nécessités, j'allais dire, tous les prérequis, réglementation, formation, transfert technologique, contrôle, etc. Mais moi, je voudrais aussi ouvrir une brèche par rapport à ce que fait la médecine traditionnelle. Nous savons que la pharmacopée traditionnelle, il y a beaucoup à dire, il y a beaucoup à redire, notamment sur la quantification, sur une posologie précise, etc., etc. Mais cela passe nécessairement par une collaboration entre la médecine traditionnelle et la médecine dite moderne, nos facultés de médecine, nos hôpitaux, etc. Très longtemps, j'ai eu l'occasion de faire une visite en 1985 au Centre de médecine traditionnelle de Chine, à Pékin. J'étais avec le ministre de la Recherche scientifique, Pan Moussa Dapé. On est venu au Centre de médecine traditionnelle, déjà, on a été frappé par des appareils sophistiqués chromatographe en phase gazeuse, spectrophotomètre, etc. Et le directeur nous a dit qu'ils sont en parfaite collaboration avec les facultés de médecine, avec les facultés de les hôpitaux, etc. Cela passe nécessairement par ça. Parce qu'ici, on nous dit, bon, vous prenez une poignée de ceci ou bien une goutte, vous mettez dans de l'eau, etc. Il n'y a pas une quantification précise. Il y a à assainir au niveau de la réglementation. Vous avez parfaitement raison. Mais je crois qu'il faut que cette collaboration, cette reconnaissance d'abord, puisse se faire. Les deux peuvent se développer en parallèle. Je rentre du Pakistan où c'est le cas. Les pays asiatiques sont assez avancés dans ce domaine. Il y a des pays où c'est la symbiose parfaite, ils sont en parfaite collaboration. Il y a d'autres, comme l'Iran ou comme d'autres, ils sont en parallèle. Mais il faut une collaboration. Donc ça, c'est quand même une nécessité. Merci.
Okay. Merci bien, en tout cas, pour cette contribution. La médecine traditionnelle, on ne peut pas vraiment l'ignorer, mais il faut l'encadrer parce que ça peut être vraiment très bénéfique dans le contexte du développement industriel, de l'industrie pharmaceutique locale. Parce que là, c'est une base qui est déjà là. Donc, il suffit juste de l'encadrer et également essayer de trouver des outils adaptés qui leur permettent de produire des médicaments que nous pouvons utiliser de manière saine, mais efficacement également. En tout cas, merci beaucoup pour cette session. J'étais vraiment très honoré de modérer ces deux sessions. Malheureusement, je suis seul. Et on a eu un modérateur enfin un présentateur qui est absent, mais je pense qu'on a pu quand même combler un peu le gap. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, mais bravo, bravo docteur. C'est docteur Papa Alassane Diao. Rappelez-vous de lui. Alors, pour demain, on va faire les annonces. Demain, on a le même type d'activité ici, donc jusqu'à 13h. Tout à l'heure, on va avoir un panel. Après, on aura une compétition pour les startups. Donc, la compétition pour les startups va commencer normalement à 11h15. Donc, on va essayer de gagner du temps au niveau du panel. Donc, le panel qui va suivre va parler de l'éducation, la recherche, collaboration et partenariat pour l'innovation, santé, agriculture en Afrique. So, after this session, we will have a panel that is talking about education, research, collaboration, and partnership for health, agriculture, nexus, innovation in Africa. So I will be the moderator of this panel. And then after we'll have a startup pitch competition from 11:15 to 12 p.m. So from 12 to 1 p.m., we will have the lunch. Then we will go track by track, health in RSF, and then agriculture in UIM. So tomorrow we will have, let me give the announcement of tomorrow. Donc pour demain, on commence les activités ici, de 9h. Il y aura une session sur l'avenir de l'industrie de la fabrication alimentaire. Bon, sinon en anglais, the future of food manufacturing industry. Pour 30 minutes, normalement les sessions c'était de 30 minutes, qui va être modérée par professeur Amadou Gaye et docteur Stella Kivilia. Et ensuite, on aura une animation scientifique aussi, 4e puissance, batterie thermique qui évolue avec le réseau. 4th power, thermal battery that grow with the grid. Ce sera animé par Dr. Asugwin Henry. Here. OK? Après, il y aura un panel qui serait très intéressant, qui va prendre en charge tout ce qu'on est en train de dire. C'est sur l'engagement du secteur privé pour la valorisation des résultats de la recherche et de l'innovation, et aussi lancer la perspective sur l'avenir de l'industrie agroalimentaire et pharmaceutique. Donc, à l'endroit de Dr. Amadou, donc demain, on va parler de l'engagement du secteur privé. Donc, en anglais, ce sera Private Sector Engagement for the valorization of research and innovation results and the future of agri-food and pharmaceutical industry. So this panel will be moderated by Dr. Alun Fall of ISRA, or ex-DG of ISRA. Right now he is retired. Sorry about that. And we will have people coming from UNIS, Mamel Jabot, Alido, hors des pharmaciens aussi. Donc, ce serait bien aussi de venir participer à ce panel. OK. Donc, sans tarder, donc, je rappelle, demain, de 9h à 13h, on est là, de la même façon. Après, on se divise. Donc, pour tout à l'heure, je ne sais pas s'ils sont là. Jean-Vincent Hatt. Is Jean-Vincent Hatt here? Jean-Vincent Hatt. Dr. Adjaratou Diakhoundiaye. Is she here? She's not here. Bukhairi, you here? Come with me. Dr. Martin Balaba. Is Dr. Martin Balaba here? Come with me. And the other one is Dr. Momar Talasek. Is Dr. Momar Talasek here? No, he's not here indeed, because I know him. I don't see him here. Okay, so yeah, get with me. We'll have fun. So it's going to be in English or French? You English? English or French? Both. Both, okay. So we'll try to have both. You know, I'm not very good in English. Try. Donc, merci beaucoup. On va essayer d'aller vite pour permettre à la compétition pitch qui commence normalement à 11h15. Étant donné qu'on est 2, je pense que ça va aller vite au lieu de 4. Donc, the exercise they ask us to do is how you see education, research, collaboration, and partnership, both for health and agriculture. So how to connect that in order to have health and agriculture together. So I'm going to start with ladies first.
Thank you.
So can you talk to us how you see this collaboration from the north in Africa? Because here, as you see, many people is coming from US. So my name is Amadou Diallo. I didn't present myself. My name is Amadou Diallo. I'm the technical advisor of the Minister of Higher Education. So I'm here as an organizer also for this conference. So can you talk to us about this topic and then share your knowledge? Well,
So first of all, I'm Dr. Shirin Sharfuddin. I'm from Tunisia. It's a small country in North Africa. And I am a scientific researcher. My expertise field are genetics and biomedical genomics. And working on how to prevent and how to diagnose in early stage rare diseases in Tunisia, in a small country, in a specific context. I have learned how to translate research into action and how to implement projects at the national level. And I struggled with that with many other researchers. And I have the opportunity to involved in entrepreneurship program that have learned me how to think as a scientist and how to implement as a scientist entrepreneur. And I think for the health context, because this is my expert field, you need to know your stakeholders. You need to know the ecosystem where you are progress and how you can involve on it. So the case of Tunisia, we have a strong and vibrant ecosystem in research and entrepreneurship. And we have highly skilled students. We have involved in many programs, reinforce the competencies and build capacities. And what the gap is how to translate research into action. And we have worked on that by, first of all, developed infrastructure, IT infrastructure, develop program, curriculum that are more matched with the needs, okay? But as we have said before, we need a supportive ecosystem in terms of policies, frameworks, build also trust between researchers and stakeholders, how to have effective communication, to create rooms and space to discuss, to identify priorities, and how to build the process, not to put a process that is proven in North countries, because we need to have a process that match the local ecosystem. And I think the ingredients are collaborative action, more oriented to priorities, specific priorities, build a connection and collaboration between the public and private sector, the public and also other countries that we struggle the same priorities, building bridge between African countries to provide the solution that are fulfill the needs of population in African countries.
Thank you very much. So when I come back from you, I want to do a link between our topic in this panel and the presentation that Mathieu did, because he presented new technology. So how to deploy that in order to do the collaboration, I want to have your idea about that. So for you also, I'm gonna let you introduce yourself and then give us an introduction idea for the topic.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Martin Balaba, and I come from the Academy for Health Innovations in Uganda. This sits in Makerere University, and our mandate is to leverage technology and innovations for healthcare service delivery and health system strengthening in clinical practice, research, and governance. When you look at the topic we're discussing, you realize that, and I think it became a reality during the pandemic. So healthcare and agriculture, which is the concept of One Health, are intertwined. Oftentimes on the continent, we've been doing the research in silos where agriculture doesn't communicate to health. And it became very apparent during the pandemic that we need to be very mindful to build very strong bridges where these two industries actually communicate. Traditionally on the continent, research has been done in the two sectors, and there is no way, or from my context as a country, most of this research still sits on the shelf and it's not used. It rarely informs policy and it's rarely commercialized because we do not take time to understand what is the potential of intellectual property in most of this research, be it academic. So you have a discrepancy between the researchers who do a lot of research in Africa, but they do not know how to fast track that research, be it in health or agriculture, into commercialization. So even as a country in Uganda, we still lack the capacity and the frameworks to commercialize most of our research. And I think it's a problem that you also presented. So you realize that both industries really do a lot of research and there's education, but given the way the landscape is changing, we need to also rethink how we're doing research, both in education and agriculture. We need to be industry relevant. We need to be time relevant. We need to cross-share capacity and resources. And you realize that because of the changing dynamics in how things are done, we are being left behind as a continent because we haven't been mindful of building that infrastructure. And I think it's very critical for us to rethink how we are doing research and taking it into the market to be relevant for the times. You realize that with the pandemic came the opportunity to fast track innovation and technology in terms of rapid assessment of risk, response, capacity building, surveillance for pandemics. And again, in Africa, we still have a burden of neglected tropical diseases. So we have a lot of opportunity to research and innovate and then inform the rest of the world about how to, leverage innovation and technology. Yeah.
Thank you. So when I'm coming back to you, I wanted to ask you how all this nice idea you identify in order to do action. What are the actors you think you have to work with in order to do the scaling up, in order to this action of scaling up be impactful? Because as you know, we can have results, we can have innovation, but how these innovation need to be shared and then how these need to be impactful depending on the society. Because as you know, depending on in the same country, the way people sensing innovation are different. Professor Njai was talking about, like, you have to do the awareness of how to use these technologies. So I want you to explain to us in this topic and the action you lay out, how these can be impactful for the society. Okay. Coming back to you. Sorry, as you see, we try to have this in English in order to be more fair to the audience. So for those in French, just make little effort. I think you will have it because you're better than me. So what I ask you a question, how to link the presentation of Matthew, because it's new technology, it's nice, fancy, sexy, let's say that. Because yesterday we had this problem, with the session. I was one session talking about EA and then everybody was there. So how to implement that in our real world, in our field? This is really the big challenge that I see. By doing this, try to have the strategy of implementation. What are the actors for you need to work with in order to be successful in doing this deployment of this technology in the real field?
Thank you for that. As an academic member, I can see that it starts by education. We need to empower students with the right tools and with the right curriculum. Because yesterday we talked about precision medicine, but clinician, healthcare providers need to know what is precision medicine and how to use it. How is the right tool to use precision medicine in the right context? And this is the same for students. You talk about genomics, by high performant technologies, but we need to empower them how to use. So the healthcare providers, but also students, all the end users. And also now we are more oriented about performed research, more patient-centered research. Patients need to be science citizen. You need to know their needs to provide them the right solution. So it starts by education. We need to bridge link between education, entrepreneurship, and also to have a resilient system, supportive ecosystem, and also to have a reliable governance. It's not about science or discoveries, it's about governance. When we have a flexible governance, supportive frameworks, we can improve things.
Thank you.
So just to build on what she's just said, I believe, and I do not know of any society or any economy that hasn't been transformed by universities. And that is where most education and research is happening. When you look at Western societies, they have integrated industry with universities. So for most of the innovations coming and research coming out of universities, the industry actually has presence in these universities. And what does that mean? You are being relevant in terms of what you're innovating. You know, you can't just come up with research or an innovation that is not industry relevant and time relevant. If you look at what Cambridge University, I'll give an example because that is what I experienced. In the UK, you have Cambridge University and you have Cambridge Enterprise. And those two work in a way, they work in synergy that whatever research is coming from the university and it has potential for commercialization and impact, because oftentimes the scientists don't have the entrepreneurial skills, the Cambridge Enterprise has built infrastructure that supports the transformation of that research into commercialization and impact. It's not just commercial aspects, but to realize the extended impact of that research, because the researchers don't have that capacity oftentimes. So they have integrated industry into universities, and that brings resources, brings expertise, brings relevance. And oftentimes in Africa, we don't have the presence of industries in most of these universities. And so students do final year research and it sits on the shelf and maybe it's not even relevant. So if we can bridge that gap and create that solid bridge and have industry, and industry can be private and public, meaning government has intentional, is very intentional on, creating the policies, the frameworks, the resources to fast track the impact. So I'll give you the example. When you go, and most of you, I'm sure, for guys from the US, you know how you have big pharma sitting in most of these universities. In Oxford, you have, Pfizer, and during the pandemic, they were very intentional on fast tracking innovations to vaccine discovery. So we turned around vaccine discovery from 15 years to months. But most of this capacity was within universities. But because they have a presence there, they knew what to do and how to do it. So you can't fast track if you don't, because industry takes it to impact wider than just the university. So when you bridge that gap and you're very intentional on those structures, then it's easy to realize impact for most of these innovations. That's what I really believe. So industry and economies are transformed by universities with an intentional bridge between industry and universities.
Thank you, Martin. If I heard you right, the main thing we have to do is to integrate industry in the system, right? So first of all, so we need to build these industries. So for you, in order to be successful, we need to build industry and then integrate it to the system of education, research, and innovation in order to be impactful. So it's private oriented. So the private oriented strategy for you is the best way to be impactful. If I heard you right. Oh, right.
So industry is both public and private. So you have the private sector, which really brings in a lot of money, but then also you have public, which is the government. So when government is up to business, meaning they want to have an ownership in the success of most of these stories, like we saw in COVID, where the UK government and governments were throwing money into drug development. So it wasn't for a commercialization aspect, but was for a response. But again, the government was intentional in enabling to the realization of the impact of these innovations, like in vaccine research. So it's two-pronged. So you have the public and then the private. That is industry. And yeah.
Thank you very much. So coming back to Catherine, this is Sharon. Sorry. Coming back to Sharon, if I heard you right, you are in the idea of raising awareness. People need to be integrated in order to have a technology to be impactful on them. And I once just come back and then inform you in this audience, you have researchers from institution here. And I'm coming back to the question that I asked you with the presentation of Mathieu. I'm taking this as an example of the new technology coming from the Western. My main, it's not a problem, but my main challenge is how to deploy that. Because here, the stakeholders we have, it's not those with a lot of power, in money-wise. So how this technology can be accessible for them? I think we need to build like pilot project integrating all actors. He was saying industry, researchers, education, and these technology need to be tested in the real area, because Senegal is a small country. I'm taking the example of Senegal in terms of agriculture, but you have 7 distinguished agroecological zones. If you develop a technology in one zone and you didn't adapt it in another zone, you may have a problem. So maybe in Tunisia, it's like this. So how you integrate that? New technology, collaborative strategy, how to integrate all this and have something working and then trying to have a scaling up to be impactful. I'm coming back there, and then while integrating also how to raise the awareness of stakeholders or population that are the end user.
As we said, we need a pilot project. We need a proof of concept. How to prove that when we use new technologies, we will have better results. So you need a pilot project, but not only that, we need also to use technologies. As a researcher, we use it, or we have access to technologies through international collaboration, but it's not sustainable. We need to put the technology that we need in a sustainable way. It means accessibility, affordability, and also to train the new future of workforce, to think about the future jobs that we'll create by using this technology. And you need to have in mind that this new technology also driven data. So it's not only about technology. We need to have the infrastructure that it's able to, or to have the capacity to integrate its new technologies. So the infrastructure is a fundamental to integrate technology. How to be the preparedness and the level of readiness to use new technologies. need to be assessed.
Okay, thank you. So, sorry, I'm going to stop it here and then give the floor to the attendees. Try to have 1 to 3 intervention, and we have the coffee break at 11. Maybe we'll push a little bit for the pitch competition. We have a coffee break for everybody. It's going to be on the other side. Okay, it's going to be for 15 minutes. Okay, 15 to 20 minutes. So before that, we'll take 3 questions. Your name? Amadou. Amadou. Isabel. And then Yasmin. Okay. Amadou, Isabel, Yasmin. Sorry. Only one Amadou. Amadou got there.
Okay, thank you for the talk. Really good insight. I'm interested in what is it Balaba you're talking about? Because I'm from UK. I've been involved for more than 15 years in research in UK. So I'm trying to bring that in the perspective of what the Minister Advisory was saying. So one thing you talked about is university and industry inside universities. So if I bring that in the context of Senegal, I think there's a blocker there, which is like, if you go in Oxford, they have the wealth of Oxford University is something like 20 billion. So it's already a public, a private university with a lot of money already. So they really don't need the government to go to the next stage of, building startups. So in Senegal, I think what UK has that would be really relevant for Senegal, I think, is once they have vision, if they say, let's say, we want to invest 20 billion in the next 20 years for artificial intelligence. So what they have very good to do is they have institutions that take that money, build projects. So these are most of the time old professors, people that have been here for years. They have a vision of what this money should be spent on. And then they let the little company and university compete into these key area they identified. I think that is what is missing in Senegal, in my opinion. Being in private research for years is something between the politician and the government and the little players. When I say little players, I'm thinking about startups, professors, everybody that has an understanding of what Senegal should be doing should have a chance to compete to a global vision. So for the context of Senegal, what you were saying is really relevant, like having some industrial involved. That I think also the government has to do something about it. But in UK, it's not really the government doing that because the universities are already private and very well seen. They already do that by themselves, but it's very relevant. Okay, so it was not really a question, it was just my perspective. Yeah. Yeah.
So for the question, just go. Yeah. Yeah. What was that? Now 1 minute.
My name is Isabel Tuanjere. Thank you so much, Dr. Shireen and Dr. Balaba, for your contributions. My question, in the context of your submissions, is basically to your assessment of the sufficiency or adequacy of our education. You're saying that everything starts at the university. If it's a proof of concept at the university, and the next step should be to maybe find collaborators or a strategy to get it out there. But what if this whole discussion, albeit being a blueprint, is preemptive of a missing foundational piece? What is the sufficiency and adequacy of our education, whether it is knowledge to aspects that go out into commercialization or even just regarding capacity? That's my question. Thank you.
Last question here, 1 minute. Sorry.
Thank you. My name is Yasmin and I'm from Tunisia, and I represent a support structure called Open Startup. So here in the conversation of open innovation and the collaborative approach, I wanted to have all your three perspectives actually representing different stakeholders. Is, for example, in Tunisia, we work a lot with the bottom-up approach. And we really think that eventually at the end, after testing and piloting project, it is up to the government to draft regulations that can support innovation in the country, including the sectors of health and agriculture that are very important. So here my question to all three of you, when there's an invitation from, first, what do you think about the role of the support structures? Because I think there are enablers here to drive change. Each of the stakeholders in the ecosystem are focused on their own priorities. So I think it's important to have this NGOs or support programs role to bridge this gap. So I wanted to have your perspective on how open are you, even in Senegal, to these kind of initiatives, and how important is the bottom-up approach? Because no matter how universities try to review education, curriculum, if I follow up on the question before me, it is eventually up to the government to see, okay, this pilot was tested, these structures collaborate together as consortium, but it is up to me as government to update the regulations to drive good initiatives. So I wanted to have your perspectives on how important or what is the responsibility of each stakeholder you're representing as researchers or government to drive this and be part of this consortium of stakeholders. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the questions and the contributions. But also you realize that the UK government puts funds into the research, the European Research Fund. So either way, they also come in to support, you know, that's their public entry into supporting universities. So universities access that research fund also, yeah, the European Research Fund. To Isabel's question, I think our education systems are not so sufficient, because they're quite ancient. The things we are learning are not relevant. And I think for me, when you bring in industry, you create the relevance. So you have the opportunity for industry to also shape the syllabus and the landscape of education. Because I can't start thinking of the steam engine, yet we're in the 5G era. So when you have industry shaping the narrative of what education should look like. The most vivid example I'll give is your final year research in universities. It's not guided by the relevance of what's happening in the market. But imagine if you have, if I'm in medicine, right now I wouldn't be thinking about my final year project being something that mattered 30 years ago. I'd be thinking in line with precision medicine, you know? How do we expedite drug discovery? And that's because I have insight into what the industry needs. So not government sitting down to craft ancient curriculum, but industry also shaping the curriculum. I think is very vital in how we can shift the education on the continent.
So go ahead for the question.
Thank you. I think we need to focus on the three players. We have the industry, university, but also the government. The government, when it talks about health, identify the vision, the needs, the priorities. And researchers, healthcare providers need to drive the change, how to follow we need to express our needs also as a researcher, as a healthcare providers. And it's a combination of three skills. from the government, the role of the government, visionary role. The education need to more be aware about what we need as an industrial field, as a private sector. And also, for example, in Tunisia, the research is funded by the government. We need to shift this model. Industry and the private sector need to invest in the research field to have like a win-win partnership. We cannot ask about, to have highly technological users or without the public and the private partnership. So we need to build on that. You need to reinforce the public-private partnership. And yes, the NGO plays a great role. I'm a lucky person because I have been involved in a program. It means bridging research and innovation. And as a scientist, how to move to the entrepreneur field. It's how to present, how to expose yourself to opportunities. And we need to think about how to create opportunities that answer the needs of researchers, of students.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm giving my perspective on this. Really, I don't see any government that don't want to private sector invest on their program. You see the gentleman who was here yesterday. One his phrase was, next time, try to have it with your own organization. He said that for the next time. So all the programs in Senegal are built in order to implicate the private sector. But let's face it, here, right now, everything is on the shoulder of the government. They wanted the private sector to get there. So I think what is missing really is communication awareness. And there is no incentive parameters. We have to communicate on that. Because let's face it, money talks. If we take all the actors in the value chain, we try to implement a circular economy throughout all of them, and then show them how to behave in order to have an economic impact. I think it's the way this is gonna work. We were talking all. Yesterday I have a panel, I was talking about the seed system. Seed system brings a lot of money if it's well implemented and all the actors is there. So then the research is funded by the private sector. Then if the technology came and then goes through to the end user, he knows that he have a seed or quality of seed that can make him have a lot of production. So this, and then all the process, so communication, raising awareness, and circular economy is the key, because money talks. Everybody wants money, right? Okay, so with that, we will take the break to have some forces. We will come back at 11:15. So a hand of applause for these two gentlemen, this lady and the gentleman. Thank you very much.
I could take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm open, being told. The high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm open, being told. I could take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm open, being told. This is the song we make when in between two places where we used to be and where our blood needs to be. I could take the road, but I know that I'm going home. In city, I feel my spirit is contained. Like neon inside the glass, they form my brain. But I recently discovered it's a heatless fire. Like nicknames they give themselves to uninspire. Begin with bullet, now I'd fire to the proof. But I'm still not sure if fear's a rival or close relative to truth. Either way, it helps to hear these words bounce off of you. The softest echo could be enough for me to make it through. I create this world to feel some control. Destroy it if I want. So I see smile. I can take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm open, leading into. I could take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm open, leading into. I could take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm open, leading into. This is the song we made. One in between two places where we used to be, and where our blood needs to be. I can tell you, but I know that I'm going home. In city, I feel my spirit is contained. Like neon inside the glass, they form my brain. But I recently discovered it's a heatless fire. Like nicknames they give themselves to uninspire. Began with bullet, now I fire to the proof. But I'm still not sure if fear's a rival or close relative to truth. Either way, it helps to hear these words bounce off of you. The softest echo could be enough for me to make it through. I created this world to feel some control. Destroy it if I want. So I sing song. I can take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm a I could take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm I could take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. This is the song we made, one in between two places where we used to be, and where our blood needs to be. I could but I know that I'm going low. In city, I feel my spirit is contained. Like neon inside the glass, they form my brain. But I recently discovered it's a heatless fire. Like nicknames they give themselves to uninspire. Begin with bullet, now it fired to the proof. But I'm still not sure if fear's a rival or close relative to truth. Either way, it helps to hear these words bounce off of you. The softest echo could be enough for me to make it through. I created this world to feel some control, destroying it fall. So I see stars. I could take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm not done being told. This is the song we made when in between two places where we used to be and where our blood needs to be. I could take the road, but I know that I'm going home. In city, I feel my spirit is contained. Like neon inside the glass, they form my brain. But I recently discovered it's a heatless fire. Like nicknames they give themselves to uninspired. Began with bullet, now I'd fire to the proof. But I'm still not sure if fear's a rival or close relative to truth. Either way, it helps to hear these words bounce off of you. The softest echo could be enough for me to make it through. I created this world to feel some control, destroying if I want. So I sing song. I could take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm not done being told. I could take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm not done being told. I could take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm not done being told. This is the song we made. One in between two places where we used to be, and where our blood needs to be. I can take the road, but I know that I'm going home. In city, I feel my spirit is contained. Like neon inside the glass, they form my brain. But I recently discovered it's a heatless fire. Like nicknames they give themselves to uninspire. Began with bullet, now I fire to the proof. But I'm still not sure if fear's a rival, close relative to truth. Either way, it helps to hear these words bounce off of you. The softest echo could be enough for me to make it through. I created this world to feel some control, destroying if I want. So I say stop. Stop. I can take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm a bandito. I could take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm a bandito. I could take the high road, but I know that I'm going low. I'm a bandito. This is the song we made.
Alors, Euh, Bonjour tout le monde. Merci beaucoup d'être là. Alors, on va commencer. Merci, ok. D'accord, donc on va commencer dans 5 minutes la session de pitch. Donc, les startups qui sont là pour présenter, si vous pouvez vous mettre en place, essayez un peu de vous rapprocher pour faciliter la communication. Merci beaucoup. Oh ouais, c'est bon. D'accord, c'est bon.
Je suis le curateur de l'école de France. Et la commission institutionnelle de l'université
Alors, bonjour encore une fois à tout le monde et merci d'être venu à cette session de présentation des pitchs. Et donc, dans un instant, on aura Dr. Yasmine qui va nous faire une présentation sur Brain. Donc, mais avant ça, je vais juste demander aux membres du jury si vous pouvez juste vous rapprocher ici et vous mettre ensemble. Donc, on a Dr. Yasmine Mansar, Director of Brain. On a aussi Dr. Sherin Sharfuddin, qui est biotech researcher working on genomic and brain. She's a brain alumna. And we have also Dr. Iman. So if you can just sit together. Et on a aussi Dr. Diao Papa Alassane. Merci beaucoup. OK, donc nous allons accueillir Dr. Yasmine qui va nous faire une petite présentation de Brain. Yasmine, she is the director of Brain. So thank you very much, Yasmine, and welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction and thank you very much for having me. Yes, yeah, I will just take a few minutes to prepare the presentation and have our jury members joining. Yeah. Thank you so much. Try it out. I'll wait for the team to give me a sign whenever I can start. And thank you for your patience. I think we're ready. Okay. Welcome everyone, and thank you very much for the organizers team for the invitation. Special thank you for Daust, our partner, and thanks to whom we were able to join you today. My name is Yasmine Mansar, and I am a program manager at Open Startup. Next slide, please. So Open Startup, OST, is a nonprofit organization. Next slide, please. Thank you. Is a nonprofit organization that aims to build a connected and open Africa, where African youth and African innovators have access to world-class opportunities. We have been working for more than 9 years now with international universities, mainly in the US and Europe, and recently in Africa as well, to try to offer a community that is very strongly passionate about the African youth and their potential to build innovation in the continent that can scale and position the continent on a global scale. Our method at OST has always been experiential. We always test, we identify gaps and needs in different ecosystems. We do research and evaluation frameworks, and we do the piloting method. This is why I really love the intervention earlier, because we always need to try to learn, because theory can always lead us to theoretical results and ideas, but testing can always give us concrete inputs. And then we adapt our models and we build and bridge ecosystems while trying to offer the model that works the best. Open Startup has always been working with a community approach. Next slide, please. We have an international community that is cross-continental. Throughout these more than 99 years, we've been trying to develop partnerships with cross-continental partners, whether through the US, through Europe, and Africa. We've been mainly operating in Tunisia, but then scaling to Senegal. This is why we're here. And fortunately and proudly, we're here. And Morocco, and soon we'll be all over the continent with our Pan-African programs. We offer a series of programs that serve the entrepreneurs at different levels. Next slide, please. From their ideation to MVP, POC to MVP, acceleration, and then capacity building. We have OSTX, which is a series of programs where very short-term programs offered to scientists with Brain X or with entrepreneurs who are not sure if their idea can actually be adapted to the market. So we offer them the platform and the network to test their ideas, learn the basics of entrepreneurship, and be ready to actually try the entrepreneurial journey. Then we have more advanced programs, POC to MVP with OST program that is being conducted in Tunisia and in Senegal. Our team was here last week actually with our partner LADER, and where we hosted different startups, including startups from our partner, the Delft, and who were able to be part of a training with co-delivered by OST and Columbia University, that is our academic partner, to be able to identify later on in the future a startup that will go to Columbia Venture Competition in the US and pitch to be recognized as an amazing African startup, whether coming from Tunisia or Senegal. We also have BRAIN program, which is my favorite because I run it. BRAIN stands for Bridging Research and Innovation, and that's because we realized that there's a huge gap starting in Tunisia, which is PhDs that are unemployed. This idea made us realize how can such a great potential go to waste because the public sector can no longer offer education opportunities. We thought, what can we do with this amazing pipeline of talents of over than thousands and thousands graduating every year? That's why we tested the model with BRAIN 1 and 2 that we'll tell you a bit more about in a few. And right now we have a Pan-African program for scientists to build their science-based innovation across the continent and the regions. We also have a GROW program that is investment readiness. And that is why we created this program, because again, we realized that the startups we supported years ago now need funding and investment to be able to grow and scale their projects. That's why we have GROW as a Pan-African investment program that is right now running a cohort with countries, more than 10 countries from over 8 countries. And then we have the Paper Plane, which is a global immersion program where we match startups with international talents to be like their mentors, offer them the opportunity to scale and to learn about other ecosystems. And of course, while we do this, we have an ecosystem-driven approach where we try to organize TUTs, which we also conducted here in Senegal, besides Tunisia and Morocco, where we invite ecosystem builders, experts, university professors to learn how to better coach entrepreneurs, how to identify bright entrepreneurs in your classes, in your organizations, in your communities, and how can you be the best support, because you are all ecosystem builders and you all have a role to build innovation in your country. Now, if we would zoom in a bit on BRAIN, BRAIN offers a holistic program aiming to build the foundation for deep tech innovation in Africa through the co-creation of a connected and open Pan-African deep tech focused innovation ecosystem. So here when we say deep tech, we mean science-based innovations that rely on advanced technologies or research built in the lab that takes time to be validated and that takes time to go to the market. When we speak about deep tech, we can think a lot of challenges that face the persona, which is the scientists that are nurturing this pipeline, but also the ecosystem itself that is still not ready to welcome this new wave of technology that is right now proving itself, not only in the world, but recently in Africa. And that's why with BRAIN, we're trying to position the continent globally in terms of deep tech. How we do that? Next slide. We do that first, following our approach in partnership with different partners. Africa Grow, US embassies in Tunisia and the countries that we target, IFC, the World Bank, Africa Invest, that is Africa-focused VC, and MIT as our main academic partner. So we have MIT Legatum Center as our partner lead in build-up of the curriculum of the content we deliver to the African startups. MIT Africa, that is in charge of sending MIT students to do internships in African countries, and MIT Executive MBA that commits every year to send a number of their executive senior profiles to do and deliver and be part of the content sharing in African countries. We have Instadeep, and I don't know if some of you recognize Instadeep, that is an AI startup that is actually international, and their founders are Tunisians, and they did one of the biggest exits in the history of Africa, and they right now helped position Africa in terms of deep tech, and that's something we're really proud of, and especially that their founders are engaged to continue this mindset shift. Of course, we recently signed a partnership with Daoust, our partner in Senegal, to help us empower more Senegalese entrepreneurs and match them with other opportunities in the continent or worldwide. Of course, an open startup that is the lead of the BRAIN program. So if we would talk concretely, how did we build the program? What did we test? What did we learn? We started with a pilot initiative with the US Embassy. We could only access the resources of MIT by enabling 5 scientists. Back then, COVID was the topic of the year, so we selected 5 healthcare scientists, including doctors, PhD holders, including Ms. Shireen, that was with us in the panel earlier. And then we enabled their participation in MIT Harvard Healthcare Innovation Virtual Bootcamp that took over 10 weeks, and that taught them the basics of entrepreneurship from ideation to the launch in the market. But of course, it was theoretical. They worked in international teams, and though it was inspiring for them and helped them try to become ecosystem builders in their own ecosystems, like Shireen continued to deliver trainings for her students and organize and be coach even for our community of startups, we also thought, how can we empower the program offering to offer a concrete added value for the startups? So based on the inputs of our entrepreneurs and of our scientists that we took in the first edition, and whom we enabled also to be part of an immersion week in Boston with MIT, we built a BRAIN 2 that was more of a proof of concept, where we designed different complementary components, including inspiration with ideation sessions conducted in schools and universities in different regions of Tunisia, and then educational mentorship with a tailored-made content, because international content is good, like the bootcamp they took part in, but that wasn't tailored to the African context that has specific resources, but also specific challenges. So we worked together with MIT to develop a tailored content that was delivered in person in Tunisia last year. And we offered access to talents with MIT Africa, mentored in the talents pool. International exposure, we selected 6 startups that we took to Boston for an immersion week. And then we had funding sustainability with $10,000 grants given for the 3 winning startups. And of course, research and advocacy, we recently hosted a Pan-African Thought Leadership Roundtable in Tunisia that gathered 40 international guests, including experts from the US and Europe, but mainly ecosystem builders, innovators from Africa, that kind of covered the different stakeholders map of MIT that includes universities, investors, governments, entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs, and talents. Together with these stakeholders, we try to identify the gaps of deep tech in the continent, and currently our partner MIT Legatum Center is developing a white paper of learnings that we can build on to foster deep tech foundations in Africa, and that will be shared soon on our social media. So building on the different models that we tried throughout the previous 2 years, we learned that there are 2 main pillars that we need to focus on if we want to build deep tech in Africa. So next year, our BRAIN 3.0 model looks like this. We will be having 2 pillars. First, the startups focus. So we'll continue offering education, mentorship, access to talents, international exposure, funding, and sustainability, but more with activities that actually respond to the startups' needs, and we'll zoom on that in a bit. But also we'll be focusing on the ecosystem component independently, and there is something that we learned in the roundtable activity that we hosted recently. And during that, one of the main inputs of the African deep tech ecosystem players was, we're here, but we don't feel that we exist to something that is calling for a united African deep tech ecosystem. So we need to exist together first, develop an alliance, develop an association, do a community, and have informal communication groups where we can continuously stay in touch and follow up on the scientific innovations that are being built in the continent. Learning, we had VCs that were part of our roundtable, and they were telling us, we invest in deep tech, but we know that other fellow investors do not know what does it mean to invest in deep tech. They're interested, but they don't know how, and they would like to learn more. So this is why more learning and capacity building for investors is also needed to empower deep tech startups. Helping them is good, but you better help those who can really help them with the money, because it is very important in their journey. And then we have build science in the knowledge sharing. We need more Africa-based knowledge. We need more research paper. When we were developing Brain, we could barely find articles that are published on the internet. We found a bit of two with Intel, Brighter Bridges, but we couldn't really have any platform that can help us identify the opportunities on the continent. That is why we developed an ongoing partnership with the Brighter Bridges to develop a mapping study on the African deep tech ecosystem, and that will be also released along with a dashboard to help you identify the deep tech startups, their industries, their countries, the trends in each country, and to help us at least build the base for this foundation to grow. So focusing on the startups, and this is why we're here today, and I'll be happy to be part of the jury members, is to identify potential startups that we would love to invite to apply to our next Pan-African bootcamp, that this time we're scaling it out of Tunisia. It will be hosted in a different African country that we'll be announcing soon. And we'll also gather African startups. So it's an open call. If you identify any, I know that our audience is international and from different African ecosystems. So we identify any African startups that can apply. We'd love to have them as part of our cohort. So just briefly, because I know we're running out of time, we're offering 1 week certified bootcamp with MIT, along with different mentorship opportunities and international exposure, not only in Boston, but we're adding Europe with our partnership at Polytechnique Paris. And we're also offering global immersion within the continent. So we're offering the startups to go to other African ecosystems they target. That's for the startup support. We're also scaling the cash prize for 50K USD for startups. So we're trying to make it a bit more interesting to help you do more with your innovations. And then for the ecosystem, of course, we're trying to organize summits, trainings for the SSO support structure organizations and VCs on how to invest in deep tech. And we're trying, of course, to fund research cases that will be developed by the leadership of our partners at MIT, but also with other African and international universities. So this is just to give you an overview. Next slide. Please, if you have a smartphone, you can scan this to guide you to a link that will enable you to get in touch with us. You can identify yourself as an ecosystem builder, because whether you're a university expert or you're a businessman, we would really love to connect with you to see what we can do together for science-based innovation in Africa. But if you're an entrepreneur, you can also sign in as an entrepreneur, and we'll make sure to notify you when the call for application is shared. Thank you very much. I know that I was talking a bit too fast. I hope that's clear. Otherwise, I would love to have your questions in the networking spaces. Thank you. So I'll leave the room for our startups to pitch. All the best. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Yassine, for this nice presentation. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. We will not have time to take questions, but I guess they can meet you anywhere and then talk to you, right? Good. Donc, comme on est un peu en retard, on n'aura pas le temps de prendre des questions pour Dr. Yasmine, mais vous pouvez la parler après, juste après la session. Donc, merci de votre compréhension. Alors, donc là, on va enchaîner un peu avec les startups d'aujourd'hui. Donc, on a 2 groupes. Le premier groupe vont présenter aujourd'hui et on aura un deuxième groupe demain. Donc, pour aujourd'hui, on a 5 startups qui vont présenter. Donc, là, par ordre de passage, on aura la startup Yatal, Après Yatal, on a Medic Air. Après, on a LHR. Et on aura Cactus Innovation. Et on a Scène Composite à la fin, à la 5e position. Donc, sans plus tarder, la startup Yatal, si vous êtes prêts. Je rappelle que vous avez 5 minutes de pitch et 5 minutes pour répondre aux questions du jury. Donc, 5 minutes de pitch et 5 minutes pour répondre aux questions du jury. Donc, la startup Yatal, vous pouvez venir sur le podium.
Bonjour, cher jury. Bon. Je me nomme Papa Ahmed Sow, étudiant en master en intelligence artificielle à l'Université de Thiès. Et je suis aujourd'hui là pour vous présenter notre projet Tahaou, qui est un projet de Yatal Digital. Ouais. Yatal Digital est un organisme formé d'étudiants de niveau master et de niveau doctorat. Je voudrais passer. Concernant Tahaou, c'est une application de gestion des urgences médicales. Une application permettant à une personne de pouvoir se localiser en cas d'urgence, de pouvoir se localiser les hôpitaux et les pharmacies à côté. Ça permet aussi de... On peut passer. C'est une application qui permet aussi à une personne en cas d'urgence d'appeler directement les numéros de téléphone. D'appeler directement. Ouais. Je dirais, Tahaou, c'est une application de gestion des urgences médicales. Ça permet à une personne de savoir sa localisation, de savoir les hôpitaux aux alentours et aussi les pharmacies aussi. Et à part ça, ça permet à la personne en cas d'urgence d'appeler directement la police, les sapeurs-pompiers ou bien l'hôpital le plus proche. Maintenant, il y a la fonctionnalité aussi du map qui permet, il y a la partie map qui permet de se localiser et aussi il y a la partie pharmacie je crois pas que j'avais carrément modélisé ici. Ouais, ça. Tu peux aller sur l'autre. Avant monter. Bon, là, c'est la page d'accueil. On a l'utilisateur pour se connecter par Google ou bien s'inscrire directement sur la plateforme, mais l'inscription n'est pas obligatoire. Ça permet à l'utilisateur de...
Bonjour tout le monde. Moi, je réponds au nom de RD Rostel. Je suis étudiant en licence 3. Donc, par rapport à l'application, si je peux faire un résumé vite fait, c'est une application de gestion d'urgence médicale. Ça a été mis en place par rapport au constat que nous avions eu à faire. Notamment, deux fois, il y a des pénuries de médicaments ici au Sénégal. Ça peut être aussi dans la nuit, une personne souffre peut-être de la dent et la personne aimerait peut-être acheter un médicament, il ne sait pas exactement où trouver la pharmacie la plus proche. Donc, du coup, l'application offre aussi ce service-là de localisation des pharmacies qui sont les plus proches de la personne et la personne peut voir quelle pharmacie est encore en fonctionnement, peu importe l'heure, et pouvoir commander en ligne, se faire livrer son médicament. Maintenant, l'application a plusieurs fonctionnalités, notamment la fonctionnalité Maps, qui permet de faire une recherche instantanée du lieu où se trouve la personne pour calculer aussi la distance ou bien le temps que sa livraison va faire. Et dans l'application, nous avons parlé de la gestion des urgences. Donc, il peut y avoir, par exemple, un accident dans une route. Ça peut être un accident, ça peut être l'incendie, peu importe le type d'urgence. Donc, il y a une page qui gère tous les numéros d'urgence qui existent ici au Sénégal. Donc, la personne pourrait se connecter directement et appeler un numéro. Souvent, ça nous arrive quand il y a une situation, on n'est pas trop rapide, on n'a pas ce petit tic-là de pouvoir chercher le numéro d'urgence, appeler et tout. Alors que si on a l'application qui est là, on pourra directement lancer et pouvoir appeler les urgences, expliquer la situation. Et en plus, l'application, nous avons constaté aussi, c'est surtout pendant les périodes de Magal, il y a le CACMS qui est là, qui avait mis en place des antennes médicalisées pour pouvoir venir en aide aux gens. Et après, nous avons constaté que toutes ces personnes-là n'ont pas vraiment la possibilité de localiser ces antennes. Donc, malgré ça, il y avait toujours un petit problème qui était là, alors qu'une personne sur deux possède au moins un smartphone. Donc, s'il y a une application mobile, ça pourrait être plus facile de pouvoir localiser où se trouvent exactement les emplacements de ces antennes-là. Étant donné la durée que nous avons, je pense que je ne vais pas trop tirer en longueur pour ne pas prendre plus de temps. Donc, nous allons juste faire un petit démo de l'application. Si vous pouvez faire passer la vidéo de présentation, s'il vous plaît.
Comme vous voyez ici, bon.
Vous pouvez lancer la vidéo. Là, je pense que la vidéo est déjà passée. Là, c'est par exemple ce qu'on a dit par rapport aux appels d'urgence. Donc là, nous avons la page d'accueil de l'application. Il y a des fonctionnalités qui sont là. Une fois que la personne est dans l'application, la personne n'est pas obligée de s'inscrire avant de pouvoir peut-être signaler une alerte. Donc, il y a la possibilité de passer directement à la page d'accueil pour pouvoir signaler une alerte par rapport à l'urgence. Et puis, la personne pourra s'inscrire plus tard si la personne est intéressée par l'application. Et ici, nous avions une page de, comment dirais-je, nous avions une page, par exemple, par rapport aux alertes. Si j'ai choisi, par exemple, de signaler l'incendie, je peux signifier là-bas, je suis dans quelle région. Je suis, par exemple, à Dakar, je suis à Mermoz. Je peux dire le motif de l'incendie et, si possible, insérer une image ou une petite vidéo afin d'envoyer l'alerte. Maintenant, une fois l'alerte envoyée, l'application localise les hôpitaux, comme je l'avais dit, les plus proches, et ça envoie à l'hôpital, ça envoie aussi à la police la plus proche pour les enquêtes à la suite de la prise en charge par rapport à l'ambulance. Merci.
Ok, merci beaucoup à la Startup Yatal. Peut-être on va donner juste 2 minutes, comme il y a eu quelques problèmes techniques, au jury de poser des questions. S'il vous plaît, vous pouvez attendre vos questions. Est-ce qu'il y a-t-il des questions? Allez-y.
Merci pour votre présentation. J'avais juste une question concernant les services, parce que j'ai vu que vous avez mis les hôpitaux, les pharmacies, la police, mais aussi les laboratoires. Vous ne les avez pas inclus?
Non, pas encore. On n'a pas encore.
Pas encore.
Non. Parce qu'en ce moment, on a juste réalisé un démo pour pouvoir présenter l'ensemble des choses. Parce qu'en ce moment, on n'a pas encore parlé au ministre, tout ça. On n'a pas encore reçu le financement, tout ça, pour pouvoir continuer carrément l'application. Parce qu'il y a aussi, vu que c'est une application de gestion des urgences, il faudra aussi parler aussi au ministre de l'Intérieur, tout ça, pour pouvoir carrément continuer sur ce projet.
Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose à payer?
Concernant...
Je suis sur ça?
Oui, vu que...
C'est pas encore clair.
Oui, c'est pas encore. Ouais. Attends.
En fait, par rapport aux fonctionnalités, l'application est en, en fait, c'est en conception encore. On n'a pas encore fini, il y a le prototype qui est là, mais on essaie aussi de prendre d'autres idées et pouvoir adapter les idées par rapport à l'application.
Oui. Merci pour la présentation, je vous félicite. J'ai deux questions. La première, c'est par rapport à votre cible. Je veux comprendre mieux exactement votre cible. Ce sont des populations de quel âge? Mieux décrire ça. Et ensuite, en précisant leur accès à des smartphones. C'est le premier. Le deuxième, c'est par rapport aux étapes de développement. Donc, combien d'utilisateurs ont utilisé l'application? Quels sont votre plans pour que vous avoir plus de feedback pour l'application? Et merci.
D'accord, merci beaucoup pour la question. Donc, je vais essayer de répondre au mieux. Par rapport à la question, déjà, je vais commencer par la deuxième question. Par exemple, au nombre, nous, on s'attend à ce que l'application soit serviable, que au moins un nombre de personnes, en tout cas de la population, puisse utiliser l'application. Et par rapport aux cibles, nous ciblons la population, en tout cas surtout pour ceux qui ont des difficultés, en tout cas, d'atteindre des hôpitaux qui sont un peu plus éloignés de Dakar, pouvoir avoir aussi cette facilité-là de localiser les hôpitaux s'ils sont, par exemple, ici à Dakar. Parce qu'il y a des gens qui arrivent, ils peuvent être dans un quartier, mais ils ne savent pas exactement s'il y a des pharmacies aux alentours et tout.
On a un peu dépassé le temps, donc merci beaucoup à la startup Yatal. Donc, nous allons passer à la startup Medicare. Oui. For who? Yeah, sure.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kanime Xaye Andrea, and I'm a student at Daust in mechanical engineering. And today I would like to present our project, which is Medicare. Next slide, please. So I want you to remember that word all along the presentation, that no one should die due to the late-time delivery of life-saving medical supply. So our next slide. So next. So our mission and our goal will be to redefine access to vital medical supply by serving all people and ensure the quality of medical supply while delivering the product. Next slide. Next slide. So we all know, we have all faced at one point traffic jam. When you are in the car or when you want to go to work, you might face traffic jam during the okay. So you might face traffic jam in town and in any city in Africa. So it's the same thing when you want to go, for example, in a remote area, you will confront the state of the road. So you may see like holes like you can see in the pictures. You may see like the road is not has not been well built by, I don't know, companies. And also sometimes medical infrastructure has problems with the refrigeration system. They don't have they have a lack of funding to have like well-suited refrigeration system in their hospital. So if we consider a case of an emergency, if for example there is an emergency of a woman giving birth, she may be confronted to a situation where she needs to be transfused with blood, and if there is this problem with traffic. If she's in town, the ambulance can be confronted to the traffic, and if she's in a remote area, you're gonna have the traffic and the state of the road. They're gonna make it difficult for the ambulance to reach the place where there is the emergency. So that's why we have we talked about using the technology of drone that will help us to deliver faster and make the samples to deliver the samples at a good temperature. So we're going to use the technology of VTOL, which is a vertical takeoff landing drone that would allow us to take off horizontally, and as soon as you get to the level, the right altitude, it will go as a plane, so it will go faster, and it will be able to land in any type of environment that will help the doctor to really have access to the samples or to the blood or any type of material on time. You can go to the next slide. So we have 3 types of products that we want to present. We're going to have a drone for non-biological material, which will be a smaller drone, and we're going to have a bigger drone, which is going to be for biological material, actually. And we're going to have a solid-state biosample couching that will allow us to cool down all the samples. For example, if we need to deliver blood, it really needs to be at a certain temperature, so it won't be damaged during the delivery. So we are going to ensure, to conduct the delivery and ensure the quality, so you don't have to do that. So next slide. Next slide. Next one, please. So then we have the size of the market. So the medical drone market is expected to reach $701.2 million in 2032 at a growing at a compound annual growth rate of 12.4%. You can go to the next slide. Next slide, please. So you have defined our business model as a B2B. So we are going to focus on regional hospital, maternity centers, and diagnostic laboratories. And we are going to sell the products to the hospital, and they are going to use our services to make the delivery and ensure all the quality. For example, if we are facing a situation where the regional hospital doesn't have good refrigeration system, we will be able to provide them the cooling sample, the biosample cooling machine to ensure the quality of the product. And based on the urgency, the distance, and type of medical supply being delivered, we're gonna have a monthly subscription that they can take in account. So next slide. So our competitors are mostly Matternet, Zipline, Valenzi, Flirty, and Volocopter. But we want to focus literally on Zipline because they are delivering in Africa in 3 different countries. It means Ghana, Rwanda, and Benin. And for Africa, they literally are the leaders in Africa. So we are going to focus on them and we did research and we consider the strengths, the weaknesses, the position in the market, and their service quality. So we literally gonna improve our design and our products based on the leaders, actually. So you can go to the next slide. So this is my team. I'm the founder and the CEO, and I have one of my seniors, which is called Mohamed Boub. He is a student in computer science. So we have the mechanical side and the computer side of the team. Then as a workflow, if you join us in this adventure, we're gonna start working on the drone manufacturing, which will help us to develop an African product based on African needs. So we're gonna as well develop the cold chain device in a way that we're gonna be able to implement and put more samples in the drone. So for sure the drone will be bigger and the cold chain device will be more sophisticated. And after we're gonna go to the testing phase to make sure that it happens. And as well, we are working with ERSF in partnership with ERSF and Chai2. In Chai2, we already have the software that will help us to track all the delivery and the command as well. And yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. On peut prendre les questions du jury. On a 3 minutes pour les questions.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Thank you for your presentation.
Pleasure.
And good luck with the work. So, quick question, technically, have you thought about the risks, the potential risks, like a storm or hard weather conditions? Do you think that, have you already thought about that from the technical perspective, or
So,
not yet? Yeah.
For the drone, it's hydrophobic drone in a way that we have, we are supposed to coat the drone with a certain type of material that will help us to like face all these weather conditions that can maybe affect the mechanical and electronic part of the drone. And yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you. One last question from my side. Have you tested this idea? I know you're still in the kind of ideation advanced phase, but have you tested the product idea with potential buyers? Like, have you talked to hospitals? Have you identified that maybe there would be potential interest?
ERSF is actually a research center. So what they have asked us to do was to create a bridge between the two centers. It means the one in Dakar and the one in Jamnajo. So our goal was our first goal was to deliver from ERSF Dakar all the samples they want to make deeper research in, and deliver it to ERSF Jamnajo. So for now, the focus will be to do this mission.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask about, be aware about the storage conditions, because we focus on different biological samples and we will have different storage conditions. So is your solution take into account that we need a different box or different?
So we're gonna have to develop the cold chain. That's how, as I said earlier, we're gonna have to develop the cold chain in a way that we'll be able to have multiple different type of samples in. So we have two different drones. We have the non-biological one and the biological one. So in the biological one, if we develop the cold chain in a way that we have, for example, a type of cold chain specifically for blood samples and everything, so we'll be able to do that. If you have urines, if you have saliva, we'll be able to define specifically which type of samples we want to transport.
I have two questions. The first one is if you start testing or prototyping the drone. The second question is according to regulation in Senegal. If today you have a tested drone, it's okay, it's flying, it's stable. How it's your law, how to prove that you can fly this drone?
Last question.
Sorry, but we are out of time. Maybe she will just answer the question, and then later on, maybe you can ask the question, because we are like out of time.
Fine. That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so for the first question, if I remember, you talked about the testing. So in the video, I wanted to show the video, but I think they don't have connection. So the video was showing literally the test we did in Sali and go during the past 2 weeks, I guess. So we did test the drone and we did test the device, and it really works. So, and for the regulation, we have multiple things we have to consider, as like the Minister of the Health has to give us permissions. The ANASIM has to give us permission as well. And it's a lot of process. I think we have maybe 6 or 7 conditions we have to fulfill to make it work actually in Senegal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Medic Air. Donc, on a une annonce à vous faire. Donc, avant de continuer la session, s'il vous plaît.
Donc, juste de l'information pour réorganiser. Je ne sais pas si vous avez constaté, il y a d'autres qui sont allés manger, ceux qui mangent à l'IRSF. Ceux qui mangent au niveau de l'UAM, on a déplacé notre période à cause du fait que c'est un buffet qui va venir faire livrer au niveau des stands là-bas et à notre niveau. Maintenant, au moment où on doit prendre le déjeuner, normalement, on était supposé être en session. Pour empêcher ça, parce qu'il nous prévoit le manger à partir de 14h30 ou 15h. Donc, avant ça, nous, on est supposé être en salle pour faire le panel et puis une présentation. Donc, pour les gens au niveau de l'agriculture, on doit retourner au niveau des salles de session. Pour les gens qui veulent rester pour le pitch competition, parce qu'aujourd'hui, dans l'après-midi, la salle vous est réservée. Donc, vous pouvez continuer le pitch competition. Ceux qui sont intéressés pour le panel explorer l'interaction entre l'innovation, technologie et l'agriculture durable. In English, exploring the interaction between technology, innovation, and sustainable in agriculture. Doug Britton, is he here? Doug Britton. So he's supposed to be with us for the presentation, and then the moderator will be Emmanuel Nukwe. And the second panel, we will have a panel, autonomiser les femmes dans l'agrotechnologie, réduire les écarts entre les sexes, empowering women in agri-tech, bridging the gap gender. Donc ça va être animé par Madame Aminata Ba. Je ne sais pas si elle est là. Modéré par Madame Aminata Ba, du moins. Et on a Madame Venn, Madame Kumba Fall, Madame Marietou Sek et Asmina Pledjeri. Donc ça, on va le faire l'autre niveau avant de faire la pause déjeuner, juste pour l'organisation. Donc maintenant, les gens qui restent ici pour continuer le pitch competition, donc à 14h30, on a le buffet qui est ouvert pour le lunch. C'est ça l'annonce. Donc voilà. Sinon, moi, je bouge de l'autre côté. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, pour la présentation suivante, nous allons recevoir Limawa. Donc, Limawa, si vous êtes là. Limawa, vous êtes là? Donc, LHR se prépare, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, everyone. I was informed that the pitch was supposed to be in English, so we actually prepared it in French. So you can ask your question afterwards if that's fine. All right. My name is Seydina Issa Laïsek. I'm the co-founder of... Je suis Seydina Issa Laïsek, je suis le cofondateur de Limawa. Et je pense que la meilleure manière de raconter ou d'expliquer ce qu'une entreprise fait, c'est de raconter une histoire. Donc aujourd'hui, je vais déjà commencer par vous expliquer ce que Limawa fait à travers une histoire qu'on a eue avec une de nos clientes qu'on a déjà dans notre réseau. Donc il y a un mois de cela, j'ai une dame qui m'appelle à minuit et qui me dit « Allô, monsieur Sek, comment vous allez ?» Je dis « Je vais bien, mais il se fait tard là. » Elle me dit « Ouais, mais je n'avais pas le choix parce que je suis actuellement à Pékin. J'ai passé toute la journée, toute l'après-midi à chercher un véhicule frigorifique. » Je dis « Et c'est pour faire quoi ?» Elle me dit « Je gagne un marché avec Auchan et aujourd'hui à 7h du matin, je dois faire ma première livraison de 800 poulets. Ils m'ont exigé d'avoir un véhicule frigorifique. Et depuis cet après-midi, tout ce que je trouve sont de gros camions. Et le prix moyen qu'on me propose pour un trajet Diamniadio-Dakar est de 150 000, ce que je n'ai pas. Je lui ai dit, OK, votre budget est de combien? Elle me dit, j'ai 70 000 francs. Et même pour les petits vans, on me demande de payer 100 000 francs CFA, ce que je n'ai pas. Elle me dit, mais on m'a informé que vous avez des véhicules adaptés au transport de petites quantités de marchandises frais. Ils sont frigorifiés et ils fonctionnent à l'énergie solaire. Est-ce que vous pouvez mettre un de ces véhicules à ma disposition? Je lui dis, effectivement, il n'y a pas de problème. Ce n'était pas planifié, mais c'est quelque chose qu'on pourra arranger. Donc, on envoie le chauffeur à 4 heures du matin à Diamniadio qui vient récupérer les 800 poulets de la dame. On fait la livraison à Auchan et on lui fait payer 15 000 francs CFA, comparé à 100 000 francs CFA sur ce qu'on lui avait proposé. 5 fois moins cher. Pourquoi on arrive à faire ça? C'est parce que l'IMAWA a aujourd'hui développé un tricycle frigorifique qui est solaire, qui est adapté aux besoins des petites et moyennes entreprises, des petits agriculteurs qui n'ont pas forcément les moyens d'acquérir ou d'acheter des véhicules frigorifiques et qui n'ont pas aussi les moyens de subir les charges d'exploitation. Donc, c'est encore une fois avec plaisir que nous sommes là pour vous présenter le tricycle frigorifique alimenté par l'énergie solaire de l'IMOA qui révolutionne en quelque sorte le secteur du transport des produits frais et alimentaires.
Bonjour. Donc effectivement, nos tricycles sont alimentés par l'énergie solaire. Nos tricycles sont alimentés par l'énergie solaire, ce qui permet de garder au frais, merci, ce qui permet de garder au frais vos condiments. Quel que soit le trajet que vous allez faire, les tricycles sont autonomiques, donc ils permettent de Les tricycles sont autonomiques, pardon, il est composé d'une autonomie qui permet de garder vos produits au frais pendant 48 heures sans recharge ni soleil. Donc, vous pouvez garder vos produits frais, quelle que soit la météo. De l'adaptabilité tout-terrain et du transport sur mesure, effectivement, le fait que ce soit des tricycles, c'est plus adapté aux conditions sénégalaises, car les agriculteurs, par exemple, qui sont en Casamance ou en sous-région, n'ont pas la possibilité d'investir dans des véhicules plus chers pour transporter leurs produits frais après les récoltes. Donc, le tricycle est adapté. Il peut intéresser différents secteurs, le domaine de l'agriculture, le domaine de la grande distribution ou le domaine de la restauration, mais également le domaine de la santé. L'agriculture, car, comme on l'a dit précédemment, l'agriculteur qui fait pousser ses récoltes peut transporter et conserver ses récoltes après les avoir récoltées pour les vendre, par exemple, au marché. La grande distribution, donc les supermarchés ou les hypermarchés, peuvent gérer leur chaîne d'approvisionnement grâce à nos tricycles. La restauration, mais également les traiteurs ou les hôtels peuvent également permettre le transport de leurs produits frais dans différents points. Le domaine de la santé peut également être intéressé par les tricycles Limawa. Car certains médicaments ont ce besoin de rester à une certaine température. Je pense par exemple aux poches de sang, aux vaccins ou d'autres médicaments qui doivent rester frais. Donc choisir les tricycles Limawa. Donc on a la partie écologique, car on fonctionne avec des panneaux solaires. On a la partie durable, polyvalente, économique. Made in Sénégal, donc c'est fait par des Africains pour des Africains et des chauffeurs formés et certifiés, ça c'est le petit plus. Les avantages clés, on en a parlé tout à l'heure. Ok. Du coup, on a plusieurs modèles. On a un premier modèle qui est de la location mensuelle. Donc, c'est notre modèle actuel où les supermarchés, par exemple, utilisent nos tricycles au quotidien et on les facture au mois. On a également de la location ponctuelle. Donc ça va plus intéresser les gens qui sont dans l'événementiel et qui, par exemple, le traiteur qui a un mariage et qui souhaite transporter ses produits frais d'un point A à un point B. Et enfin, on a la vente qui permet une certaine autonomie. C'est plus sur de la longue durée. Merci beaucoup.
C'est bon?
La vidéo? Non. On va prendre les questions.
Ok. C'est bon, il n'y a plus de vidéo?
Ils n'ont pas.
Ok. J'avais juste une question sur, en tout cas, félicitations, hein, vraiment, c'est très innovant aussi. Alors, par rapport à la température, est-ce que vous avez un système de monitoring de la température? Autre chose, c'est par rapport au risque. Est-ce que vous avez évalué les risques par rapport à une rupture de la chaîne de froid, mais également par rapport à des accidents éventuels, on ne sait jamais. Est-ce que vous avez vraiment mesuré ces risques-là?
Effectivement, c'est tous ces problèmes que vous avez énoncés que nous résolvons. Donc, encore une fois, on ne savait pas trop à quoi s'attendre, donc on s'est pas focus sur l'aspect tech. Mais aujourd'hui, la première chose, c'est que les tricycles de Lima, le compresseur frigorifique, c'est-à-dire la partie froide, fonctionne indépendamment du tricycle. Même quand le tricycle n'est pas en marche, le compresseur, il fonctionne. Ce qui n'existe pas avec les véhicules frigorifiques qu'on a sur le marché, parce qu'ils sont connectés au système du moteur. Donc aujourd'hui, si vous faites une longue distance, disons Dakar-Casamance, je dis n'importe quoi, et qu'au milieu de la route, la voiture tombe en panne, vous n'avez pas à vous inquiéter, parce que tant qu'il y a le soleil, le gros froid, il fonctionne, le compartiment froid, et qu'il n'y a pas de soleil, on a les batteries de stockage qui sont là, qui peuvent tenir jusqu'à 24 heures. Et aujourd'hui, si on part, disons, on est dans une saison pluvieuse ou nuageuse, un temps un peu nuageux, on a les bornes de charge qui peuvent permettre de charger les batteries en 3 heures de temps maximum. Donc, ce que l'IMA propose même, c'est de garantir la chaîne de froid à 100%, no matter what happens. No matter what happens, les produits seront gardés au frais. On a aussi ce système de monitoring and tracking qui nous permet, nous, d'avoir les informations à distance. C'est-à-dire, aujourd'hui, à partir de notre software qu'on a mis en place, on peut savoir la température des tricycles en temps réel, on peut savoir l'humidité en temps réel et la position au-dessus du tricycle en temps réel.
Oui, je suis un client. Vous transportez ma marchandise, que vous commandez déjà. Donc, arrivé à mon niveau, tout est normal. Il y a la température est normale. Comment je peux savoir que cette température était stable depuis le départ jusqu'à l'arrivée?
C'est ce que je dis. On a un software de monitoring, nous, de notre côté, qui nous permet d'avoir tous ces détails. Right? On a placé des sondes, voilà. Donc là, c'est le processus de construction. J'espère qu'ils vont... Là, c'est la borne de charge, comme vous pouvez la voir, comme alternative. Mais à l'intérieur, le compresseur ne sort pas bien, mais on a des sondes qui permettent aujourd'hui de capter la température en temps réel. Et si aujourd'hui, le client veut cette fiche de données-là, on peut lui remettre. Ouais.
Pour répondre à votre question, je voudrais ajouter qu'il y a certains particuliers qui ne sont pas tech. Et par exemple, quand on leur parle de software ou des choses comme ça, ils ne comprennent pas forcément. Donc, on a des clients qui demandent des tricycles avec des chauffeurs. Et nos chauffeurs sont formés et certifiés pour pouvoir détecter ce genre de problème. Donc, si le particulier décide de louer un tricycle avec un chauffeur Senfray by Limawa, le chauffeur est normalement, en tout cas dans le meilleur des cas, formé pour pouvoir gérer ce genre de soucis.
Est raccordé à un système international ou un système de référence?
Non, la température, c'est plus par rapport au produit. Donc, on peut changer la température en fonction du produit. Aujourd'hui,
les thermomètres?
Oui, ce sont des sondes qu'on fait venir. Donc, ce sont les standards internationaux. Ouais.
Merci. Vous avez donc parlé de différentes utilisations. J'aurais 3 remarques. Donc, les différentes utilisations, elles nécessitent des conditions très spécifiques.
Ouais.
Est-ce que vous répondez à toutes ces conditions? Généralement, quand on fait une solution, elle est bien ciblée. Et par la suite, surtout si vous avez une solution de tracking. Donc, quand vous touchez au médical,
Et à l'alimentaire, ce n'est pas les mêmes.
Effectivement. Donc aujourd'hui, le tricycle qu'on utilise pour transporter la charcuterie d'Auchan, par exemple, pour lequel nos clients ou EDK son poulet, ça sera pas le même tricycle qu'on va utiliser pour transporter les poches de sang de l'IRSF. Donc, chaque tricycle a sa spécificité en fonction du besoin du client. Donc, la température, elle peut être réglée sur le véhicule. Et ouais, donc, on ne peut pas mélanger les produits sur un même véhicule. Donc, en fonction, on spécialise un tricycle par client. Right? Donc, si aujourd'hui l'IRSF vient, ils nous disent, OK, on a besoin d'un tricycle pour transporter les poches de sang, on le veut à telle température, on programme ce tricycle à telle température et il est dédié uniquement à l'IRSF. Right? On ne va pas prendre le tricycle d'Auchan avec laquelle on fait livraison le poulet pour donner ça à l'IRSF. C'est plus spécifique en fonction du besoin du client.
Comment font vos clients pour pouvoir vous atteindre? Comment vous faites? Est-ce que vous avez un site? Est-ce que vous présentez, vous faites de la pub au niveau des supermarchés? Quel est votre go to the market?
Donc, déjà, faut savoir que l'Imawa est venu au Sénégal au mois de mars en partenariat avec Auchan, mais on était initialement basé en Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, depuis notre entrée sur le marché sénégalais avec les tricycles, on n'a pas vraiment fait de pub ou de com derrière parce qu'on était encore en phase test avec le produit. Donc, on a fini cette phase test qui a été vraiment réussie. Auchan qui d'ailleurs augmente son nombre de tricycles. On a pu coopter maintenant ODK pour la livraison de leur poulet. On est actuellement à 5 tricycles sur le marché sénégalais. Et là, maintenant, on a pas mal de personnes qui nous contactent parce qu'on a nos contacts sur les tricycles. On a aussi notre site web qui nous contacte, comme la dame qui m'a appelé à minuit pour me dire, ah ouais, je veux ce trajet-là. Donc, on a pas mal de demandes comme ça en termes de vente, en termes de location. On n'arrive pas à satisfaire pour le moment because we haven't raised funds yet. And that's where we're going actually. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Limawa. Alors, sans plus tarder, on va passer à la startup LHR. Donc, pour passer au slide suivant, vous pouvez juste dire next ou bien au suivant pour que la régie puisse vous entendre.
Okay. Is it okay? Can I start? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Brice Kebere, and I'm a mechanical engineer passionate about robotics. And I'm working in ESF on a project that is supposed to streamline liquid handling processes by saving time and improving accuracy. So how does it start? You know, in a lot of laboratories, liquid handling is doing manually. So it's prone to a lot of errors. And you know that we are in a field where we work with very low volume quantities, and a little extra drop can distort the entire analysis. So we end up having accuracy issues. And because you have to be very precise while doing the dispensation, it may take a lot of time. And not only in some cases, like in pandemic period, like COVID-19, you might have hundreds of samples to analyze. And this can be very tireless for the a normal person. Next slide. So this is how it starts. I decided as an engineer to create a robot that will streamline these processes by providing very accuracy in terms of liquid handling. Next slide. So can you launch the video? Thank you. We have built a prototype, and this is the prototype that we have. We have tested, and the robot has a good accuracy, but it's the first prototype. There are still improvements to do. So with our robot, we promise you to have high performance in terms of accuracy, but not only you will save a lot of time. And not only saving time, but you will be able to analyze as much as sample as you want. With this robot, you can analyze 96 samples in an hour. But said like this, you might think, oh, it's not something spectacular. But if we use the multi-tips pipette, we can, with this same robot, we can analyze 96
tube samples in 7 minutes. So it's better, but it's not the goal is not to end there. We want to go farther. Next slide. So in terms of market, a report from Allied Market Research has shown that the market is 40 billion big. So there is a big demand. And the expectation for this system, this technology is in 2026 to reach 74 billion. So the problem is not everybody can afford it because those technologies are very expensive. And let's say you have the money to buy it. The problem is even if you want to buy it, there is no local production. You will buy it outside of Africa and you will import it. So I decided with this startup to create a local production by providing a robot that can help you to have ultra precise sampling and to be able to have a huge number of samples that you can analyze. Next. Okay, so our target is laboratories, hospitals, pharmacies, all those institutes that need the robot liquid handling system. Next slide. Thank you. So in my team, I am Brice Kebere, the co-founder of LHR, but I'm not alone because we have partners. We are in partnership with RSF and DAOS, and in RSF, we are working with biologists and doctors, so I consider them part of the team. And at DAOS, we have engineers. I come from DAOS. I did my study at DAOS, and we have professors that have enough experience to accompany us. So in my team, I'm not alone. We have those partners that help us every day. So I would like to thank all the team of ESF that is here. Thank you very much for being with me every day. So next slide. Oh, okay, it's the last one. So thank you very much for following this presentation. I hope it was interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, LHR. Donc, on va prendre les questions.
Thank you for your presentation. One quick question. So the project scientifically, if you tested it, it would be great. And I will let my colleagues maybe challenge you a bit on that. My question is concerning business. Okay. Have you estimated the costs of producing 1 unit of your product? And have you thought about if you're going to scale as a business and produce more, have you thought about strategy to do that and the cost wise, etc.?
Okay, in terms of cost, we don't have the final product. As I said before, it's just a prototype. But if I give the price of the cost of this prototype, it might be false, not the right cost, because there is still improvement to do. We didn't reach the final design of the prototype as we have seen it. We have to add some sensors on it. We have to add an enclosure. So I don't have the right estimation of the cost. But for sure, because we are doing it locally, it will be less expensive than by our liquid handler than importing it outside of Africa, because you have the douane, you will pay transport fees, added to the fact that the robot itself, the technology itself is very expensive. So if we finish the prototype, I will have the right cost of the robot, but for sure you will not pay the douane and some extra fees that you have to pay when you are paying it outside. I mean, when you have to import it. So I'm sure it will be less expensive than anyone else.
Okay, one last question from my side. Thank you. Have you tested it already with laboratories? Have you tested it already? You went to labs and you tested the product?
Yes, unfortunately, I don't have those pictures. I did a test myself. I've tried to pipette some samples, and it was quite good, but I'm not a biologist. So I've asked to intern at ESF in biology to come and to try to use, to do the sampling manually, and I've compared it with the robot. And you know, sometimes when you do it manually, you can have some few liquids at the border of the tube. So the analysis will be, your result will be false. but compared to the result, compared to the robot, our analyses were more accurate. So we tested myself, and I tested with a biologist from ESF, an intern biologist, and the result was good. The next step maybe is to bring the robot itself in a room specifically for biologists to have it continuously, so that we'll have feedbacks to continuously improve it.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
You need the opinion or the perspective of the biologist. So, we talk about accuracy, and our competitors have like a quality control of their device and normalization, international normalization. So, do you work on that? It's not about the easy way to do or the speed, or it's also about accuracy and the quality control.
Well, yes. Fortunately, because we are in partnership with ESF. ESF is a big institution, and inside of ESF they have a department that takes care of that. So we will let them to be in charge of the control and quality aspect of the robot. If we don't have the validation, our prototype will never go into the market. So that side is good.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I like the robot. I have a technical question as a future mechanical engineer. So my question is about the type of motor that you are using and the control laws, how you are controlling these motors, using which control law and how you derive this control law.
Okay, we are using the specially devices from OpenBuild. I don't know if you know OpenBuild. OpenBuild is a platform, an open source platform where you can buy stuff to build robotics project. So has motors, we has.
Okay. I mean stepper, brushless types of motors.
Okay, yeah, it's stepper motors, not brushless, simple stepper DC motors, and has a controller. We use the black box motion controller to control it, to control the motion for X, Y, Z. But for the pipette, we are using Arduino to control it. Has microcontroller.
The autocontrol that embedded in the motor. You did not derive a control law.
Derive a controller? Can you explain more?
For example, a PID control law.
Oh, okay, no, we are not using a PID controller.
What you are doing?
The black box the black box itself has it integrated, and they have a software they provide with it. So I just need to connect the black box motion controller to the computer, use the application, the software, and just put the G code, just having the coordinates of the tubes, the tips. I just have to put the G code in the software and they run it. Because I'm not an electrical engineer, but maybe I'm supposed to know it. But I'm sure they made sure that they have the system inside the box. So it's all integrated in one component.
And did you have sensors for that?
Not yet. This project has started less than 1 year ago. So it's still in process.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, LHR. So, on va aller très vite avec la startup Scène Composite. Donc, est-ce que Cactus est là? Cactus Innovation, vous êtes là? D'accord. Vous pouvez vous préparer, s'il vous plaît. Donc, Scène Composite.
Alors, bonsoir tout le monde. Donc, je m'appelle Sassi Emmanuel Khan. Je suis élève ingénieur à l'école polytechnique de Thiès, en 5e année, spécialisé en génie électromécanique. Donc, je suis là aujourd'hui pour vous parler de notre projet, Scène Composite Industry. Alors, Scène Composite Industry, c'est quoi? Scène Composite, c'est un projet audacieux qui aspire à relever 3 défis majeurs auxquels on fait face. Donc, d'abord, il y a la pollution de l'environnement par les déchets plastiques. Donc, comme vous le savez, les déchets plastiques posent un problème d'ordre sanitaire. Donc, en effet, avec la pollution de l'environnement par les déchets plastiques, il y a le phénomène des microplastiques. Donc, ces microplastiques, ils sont ingérés par les poissons et ces poissons-là, ils sont consommés par la population. Donc, ce qui pose des problèmes d'ordre sanitaire. En plus, le plastique, parfois, il est ingéré par les animaux et donc ça cause des ravages. Donc, par exemple, selon le président de l'association Sénégal Propre, aujourd'hui, plus de 200 tonnes de déchets plastiques sont produits au Sénégal, dont seulement 6 000 sont recyclés, soit seulement 3% par an. Next. OK. Donc, l'autre défi auquel notre projet s'attaque, c'est la déforestation, donc qui est un désastre écologique. Par exemple, en Casamance, de 2010 à nos jours, donc plus d'1 million d'espèces ont disparu, bon, d'après des statistiques partagées par l'Alliance des écologistes du Sénégal. Et comme vous le savez, les forêts sont très importantes dans l'agriculture, parce que pour faire de l'agriculture, on a besoin d'eau. Et avec la déforestation, ce que ça amène, c'est la sécheresse. Donc, ça pose des problèmes par rapport à l'agriculture. Next. OK. Bon, l'autre problème, c'est la problématique de l'emploi. Donc, en effet, au Sénégal, donc, la problématique de l'emploi des jeunes est en fait un véritable bombe à retardement. Donc, voilà. Maintenant, que propose Sen Composite? En fait, notre solution est un matériau innovant fait à partir de déchets plastiques et de farine végétale. Donc, l'idée, c'est d'utiliser les déchets plastiques recyclés qu'on va mélanger donc, avec la sucre de bois, qu'on va mettre dans une machine. Et ceci va permettre de fabriquer des planches, des produits qui autrefois étaient fabriqués avec le bois. Par exemple, on a quelques échantillons pour le jury, vous pouvez regarder. Donc, l'idée, en fait, c'est juste de remplacer le bois par le plastique. Donc, c'est un peu ça. Next. Maintenant, bon, quelles sont les particularités de ce matériau innovant? Donc, déjà, ce matériau composite qui est fait à partir de mélange de déchets plastiques et de farine de bois a une meilleure résistance au bois. Donc, en plus, c'est un matériau qui est plus durable. Par exemple, vous savez que le bois, ça pourrit facilement. Alors que quand on mélange le plastique avec la farine de bois, donc ça devient plus durable. Donc, et aussi, c'est un matériau qui est très polyvalent. Donc, on peut fabriquer beaucoup de produits avec. Next. Donc, nos produits, donc, comme vous le savez, bon, l'idée, c'est de fabriquer des produits qui autrefois étaient fabriqués avec le bois. Donc, on peut fabriquer des planches, des poutres, donc, qui sont faits avec ce matériau, donc en composite. Next. Donc, on peut aussi fabriquer bon, des kiosques, des modules d'habitation, des kits en maison. Next. Bon, on peut aussi fabriquer du mobilier, c'est-à-dire donc des... bon, en fait, parce que habituellement, ça, c'est fait avec le bois. Donc, on peut le faire avec notre matériau. Maintenant, l'impact du projet. Donc, on l'a tantôt dit. En fait, l'objectif avec ce projet, c'est de contribuer à l'élimination des déchets plastiques. Donc, en effet, les produits de Sen Composite nécessitent d'énormes quantités de déchets plastiques, ce qui contribue à leur élimination. Et comme on l'a tantôt dit, les déchets plastiques posent des problèmes d'ordre sanitaire. Donc, l'autre impact, c'est de lutter contre la déforestation. Donc, en effet, le matériau qu'on propose donc, est un matériau qui peut remplacer le bois. Donc, c'est un matériau alternatif. Et enfin, c'est la création d'emplois. Donc, distinction et réalisation du projet Sen Composite. Donc, grâce à son caractère innovant, donc, le projet Sen Composite a été lauréat, par exemple, du concours de l'Association des grandes écoles instituts du Sénégal. Donc, on a aussi été sélectionné pour l'Unber Lab, qui est un programme à destination des entrepreneurs du recyclage. Donc, et récemment, on a été lauréat au deuxième concours organisé par l'AGS. Next. Donc, les besoins du projet. Bon, actuellement, on dispose d'une petite unité expérimentale qui permet de fabriquer des échantillons. Mais l'idée, ce serait bon, de monter une unité de production, donc d'un coût de 75 millions, qui pourra traiter, par exemple, 300 tonnes de déchets plastiques par mois et employer près de 40 personnes. Next. Donc, voilà, c'est un peu la fin. Maintenant, je voudrais juste terminer par dire que ce projet, au-delà d'être une innovation, est une révolution dans le domaine de la construction. Donc, et ça permet surtout de lutter contre la pollution de l'environnement par les déchets plastiques, donc qui impactent directement sur la santé. Merci.
Alors, juste une question, enfin deux questions. La première, c'est par rapport à la farine de bois. Comment vous faites pour l'obtenir?
Bon,
la
là-
deuxième, c'est par rapport aux déchets. Parce qu'actuellement, votre projet, c'est vraiment, comme vous l'avez dit, pour éliminer les déchets plastiques.
Ouais.
Mais actuellement, il y a une politique de restriction pour l'utilisation des sachets plastiques.
Ouais.
Est-ce que ça ne va pas constituer un frein à
Mhm.
la production de ce genre de matériaux?
Ok, bon, pour la première question, en fait, pour la farine végétale, bon, on peut utiliser de l'herbe, c'est-à-dire parce qu'il y a beaucoup d'herbes, bon, on peut utiliser de la paille, par exemple, lorsqu'on produit le riz, la paille de riz, donc on peut broyer de l'herbe aussi. L'idée, c'est juste d'avoir de la farine en poudre et de les mélanger avec la matière plastique. Donc, c'est un peu ça. Maintenant, par rapport à la disponibilité de la quantité, bon, comme vous le savez aujourd'hui, bon, on a des restrictions par rapport aux déchets plastiques, mais ça concerne surtout les sachets plastiques. Vous savez, aujourd'hui, le plastique, bon, c'est devenu indispensable. De toute façon, on ne peut pas s'en passer. Donc, ce qui fait que ça ne pose pas de problème, c'est-à-dire qu'on va toujours utiliser du plastique et il faudra toujours recycler. Donc, voilà, c'est un peu ça.
On ne s'attend pas à avoir une production industrielle par rapport à ce matériau-là.
Si, en fait, l'idée, c'est ça. Parce que, bon, puisque le bois, c'est industriel, et que ce qui fait la force de ce projet aussi, c'est que la matière première qu'on utilise, le déchet plastique, voilà, c'est pas trop cher. Donc, ce qui fait qu'on peut en produire de très grandes quantités et essayer de concurrencer le bois. Mais surtout aussi, lutter contre le phénomène des microplastiques. J'en ai parlé un peu. C'est ces plastiques qui se dégradent, bon, qui se retrouvent dans la mer, qui sont ingérés par les poissons. Ces poissons sont consommés par la population. Ça pose des problèmes d'ordre sanitaire. Voilà.
Merci pour la présentation. En fait, une petite question. Donc, pour nous, personnellement,
Ouais.
donc félicitations pour l'idée,
Ouais.
mais j'aimerais savoir en termes de testing. Donc, vous avez mentionné des utilisations possibles dans pour les maisons et tout ça.
Ouais.
Donc là, est-ce que vous avez essayé?
Ouais.
Parce que en fait, en théorie, c'est facile, mais
Ouais.
est-ce que vous avez mis des hypothèses de risque et ça va être vraiment faisable de remplacer le bois par le produit pour des projets plus grands?
Oui, en fait, comme je l'ai dit tantôt, on a une petite unité expérimentale. Donc, avec cette petite unité, on fabrique des échantillons et on essaie de faire le tour des quincailleries, c'est-à-dire ceux qui vendent le bois. On les explique le projet. Voilà, on les montre les échantillons aussi. On essaie de les expliquer les avantages. Donc, avec cette unité expérimentale, c'est faisable. Bon, c'est sûr que quand il faudra passer à l'échelle industrielle, bon, il y aura des modifications, mais ce sera toujours faisable.
Merci. Et en termes de business,
Ouais.
est-ce que vous avez pensé un peu des coûts et de la rentabilité du projet?
Oui, parce qu'on avait déjà rédigé un business plan. D'ailleurs, il y a une organisation italienne donc, qui a lancé un programme pour essayer de sélectionner des projets qui œuvrent dans l'économie circulaire. Et là, on a été sélectionné dans ce programme. L'idée, bon, c'est de soutenir les entreprises qui œuvrent dans tout ce qu'il y a comme économie circulaire. Et là, on avait présenté notre business plan. Et il y avait beaucoup de projets, mais nous, on a été sélectionnés. Donc, ce qui montre que c'est pertinent.
D'accord. Une dernière question, on va pas si on a le temps.
Ouais.
Alors, vous avez mentionné que votre projet travaille indirectement sur la problématique d'employabilité.
Ouais.
Oui. Donc, en fait, c'est un petit détail, mais
Ouais.
quand même, j'aimerais le signaler
Ouais,
avec.
ouais.
Donc, est-ce que vous avez pensé aux mesures sanitaires ou bien de sécurité pour
Ouais.
protéger les employés qui vont travailler sur le produit, pour l'assemblage des déchets, pour le recyclage et tout? Donc, est-ce que vous avez pensé ça en termes de cycle de production?
Oui, bon, c'est quelque chose qui a été pris en compte parce que vous savez, bon, le procédé de fabrication qu'on utilise, c'est-à-dire l'extrusion, quand même, ça dégage bon, des gaz qui sont un peu toxiques. Donc, c'est quelque chose qu'on a pris, c'est-à-dire les masques, les équipements, tout ce qu'on va utiliser pour aussi en même temps respecter l'environnement, Même là, on est en train d'étudier comment essayer de voir la fin de vie du produit, comment pouvoir recycler ça. Parce que l'idée, c'est un peu ça, c'est-à-dire faire une économie circulaire, voilà, avoir un impact positif dans l'environnement. Donc, c'est un peu
Très
ça.
bien, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup, c'est un composite.